Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was reborn as Eternal Black Dragon, Episode 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry Potter was simply relaxing after another day at work, a full day spent as an Auror working on the complex case of a wizard that started obliviating those on his path. Not all of his work was going in and arresting wanted wizards though. Most of it was actually dedicated to research about said wizards, where they lived, who they were known as and what kind of spells these wizards knew. All of it coming down to allow him and his team to realize the safest and fastest intervention possible. Even if he was known to all as the boy who lived and as the savior of Britain, and to a very few as the master of death, his renown as a matchless Auror had grew in the last few years. Now aged 24, Harry was enjoying life to its fullest aft. All of his youth spent at Hogwarts fighting Voldemort and his lackeys. No deadly enemy trying to ruin his life, no more troubles with the Ministry of Magic thanks to Hermione's great work into simplifying the wizarding world laws and improving relations between wizards and magical creatures. It was no longer uncommon to see a goblin, a centaur or a werewolf coming to the ministry. Another person that made his life better was Ron, who helped him with his work as a trusty friend that always covered his back, more than any other Auror. A friend that he could speak with without any restraint and that understood the few problems in his life better than anyone else. And Harry was proud to do the same for him. Coming back to Harry, he was right now sitting in the living room of the Potter Manor, enjoying a long due rest. And he was about to conjure up a nice glass of butterbeer when he was interrupted. Thunk. Turning around at the very familiar sound of an owl tapping on a window, Harry saw the unmistakable Octavius Luna Lovegood's owl, waiting by the window with a letter in his beak, staring at Harry. "Good evening, Octavius, how is Luna doing?" he asked as he flicked his wand to open the window. "Hoot," replied Octavius as he dropped the letter on Harry's knees. "I thought as much." Harry smiled as he gave a slice of bacon to the owl. Opening the letter, Harry was surprised to say that Luna was requiring his presence as a safety measure and a tester for a new type of dragon that she found, one that apparently had some sort of echo of magic. He was surprised but quickly brushed it off. When something was coming from Luna, it never missed to either shock or surprise, so maybe by now he should simply consider it normal. But Luna's letter brought back the feeling of adventure and risk. Not only was he quite a fan of dragons, having spent an entire month at the Romanian Dragon Reserve alongside Charlie Weasley, but this new dragon that Luna found seemed to be linked to magic, something never seen before. Grabbing a quill and a new page of parchment, Harry quickly wrote a reply for Luna, agreeing to see her soon and assuring her his full support on this new discovery of her. The message was then given to Octavius, who promptly left to return to his owner. It was barely a few days later, one where Harry had warned his team that he would not be available that day, that he arrived at Mount Snowdon. 100 million years old volcano, though inactive, after a long flight on his broom. Putting the broom back into his bottomless bag, he made his way toward the platform that was hidden from the Muggle's eyes and where a small tent had been placed around a large hole that went deep down in the earth. And right next to said hole was Luna, peering inside and almost out to fall when he caught her coat right as she started to lean forward. "Good afternoon, Luna, it's good to see you," he said as he pulled her in a brief hug. "Harry, you're here, and free of nargles, I see," she replied happily. "I hope so. Is the dragon that you talked about underneath?" "Yes. How did you know?" "Just a hunch," he smiled. "Ah," Luna said, like if it explained everything. "Yes, this dragon is quite unique. I've been trying to get an answer for quite some time, but it has been fruitless until now. I don't know why, but he simply don't want to get out." "I see. And what does this dragon looks like?" Harry asked, curious. "I don't know," she calmly replied. "Sorry, I don't know what he looks like. I've just been trying to talk to him, but he never got out of this hole." "Then how do you know it's a dragon inside?" continued Harry, recognizing well that it might be another one of Luna's slightly strange idea. "A group of passing lancerns told me," she replied. "Lancerns? That's new. Yes, they don't like to be exposed to knowledge. Harry, I need your help to get down there and make sure that the dragon will want to talk with me. She explained, suddenly looking very serious. If he was anyone else, Harry might have instantly refused, tried to negotiate or to talk some sense into her. But he knew very well that Luna, even if she didn't made sense most of the time, always did what she did for a good reason, and that it would always be true or surprise him in the end. I can do that. How do you want to go down? He asked. Jump, she replied. What? He didn't had it. To think any further that Luna grabbed him and jumped straight in the hole. A scream of fear and surprise crossed his lips as they sank under the earth and the light gave place to darkness. Dozens of thoughts went through his mind in a single second, but he couldn't figure why Luna chose to jump. Until they landed 4 seconds later on something soft and bouncy, stopping their fall without any harm as they slid down to the ground. As soon as he was up, Harry summoned his wand to cast a powerful Lumos spell, revealing the thing on what they landed on. Much to his surprise, a large red cushion was what stopped their fall. How? He simply said, staring at the cushion. I threw this cushion before you arrived and made it grow. Luna replied, not knowing what to answer to that, and knowing, that getting mad at Luna for that would get him nowhere. Harry took a deep breath to let go of his frustration as he focused his occlumency skills to relax himself. Now we need to go in that direction, continued Luna as she pointed to the only opening around them. She took the lead and he followed right behind, looking around and casting a few spells in an attempt to find any potential danger, but nothing seemed to be around there. Especially no living creature like a magic dragon. They walked for a few minutes until they arrived at a small room that contrasted heavily with the small tunnel they just went through. Instead of rocks and a crude path, the room in front of them was paved with red stone that almost seemed to glow, and the walls around them appeared to be made of obsidian if Harry was right. Perfectly smooth obsidian that made the walls shine thanks to the red light coming from the center of the room. Placed on a pedestal was a perfectly black orb, spotless and unscratched, from which a red glow was slightly pulsing and bathing the room in a strange dark atmosphere. It seems we found our dragon, Harry, happily said Luna, staring at the orb. It doesn't look like a dragon to me. Are you sure about that? Harry asked warily, looking at the orb with as much suspicion as curiosity. Of course, you are the dragon, right? She asked the orb. Harry waited for anything to happen, but nothing did. Not even a sound or a change in the pulse that came from the orb. But it didn't mean that it was harmless. Maybe he is asleep. I will wake him up, wondered Luna. Luna had barely done 2 steps that Harry caught her and pulled her back, not trusting at all this random orb that seemed to have been placed in here a long time ago. I can't let you touch it, Luna. Don't worry, I will make sure it's safe and then you will touch it, all right? Explained Harry, knowing there was no way to stop Luna from touching the orb. But it didn't mean that he couldn't make sure it was safe for her. If you want. Silently thanking whatever made Luna accept, Harry started to cast the dozens of spells he knew that were about detecting evil, traps, magical curses, and even a few to dispel any potential spell that could have been placed on the orb. After 5 minutes he came to the conclusion that this orb had a unique kind of magic coming from it, but nothing had never been casted on it. Meaning that whatever this orb was, it was its own source of magic. Just like the Veil of Death. There was no traps, no dangerous curses or spells around them, just this orb and its unknown power that even all his scanning spells were incapable to identify. Only that it had a tremendous amount of magic. Well, it seems that you were right, Luna. I can't find anything dangerous with it. He conceded. I knew you would say that. Now to wake, smiled Luna as she was about to walk toward the orb again. I haven't finished making sure it's safe, Luna. Harry stopped her again. Really? She wondered. There was one last test that Harry had to do before he could allow Luna to safely touch the orb. Raising his wand, he placed it on the orb while casting his most powerful curse breaker charm, which didn't seem to do anything, but it was better to be safe. With that done, there was only one thing left to do. Stretching his left arm, Harry placed his hand on the orb. Surprisingly, the orb was warm to the touch. Not boiling hot, but warm enough to be like standing next to a fire. For a few seconds nothing seemed to happen, and Harry breathed out a sigh of relief as he turned toward Luna, ready to allow her to touch the orb. That's when he noticed that he was not anymore in the obsidian room. There was no sign of Luna and he never saw the walls around him disappear, leaving him in a infinite space of darkness with only the red glow of the orb providing sight for a few meters around him. Damn it, he swore as he tried to stand away from the orb only to realize that his left hand was stuck to it. Even pulling as hard as he could didn't even made the orb bulge. The heat coming from the orb suddenly started to grow quickly and it soon came to burn the palm of his hand as Harry gritted his teeth in pain. He tried to cast a spell to force his hand and the orb to separate but nothing seemed to work and the pain quickly became unbearable. I knew I shouldn't have touched it. I'm so stupid, he raged against himself. The temperature skyrocketed and flames appeared around the orb, burning Harry's hand as he screamed in pain, watching with horror the flames spread from his hand to the rest of his body far too quickly for it to be a normal fire. Incapable to do anything, Harry lost it to the pain. His body, his mind, everything in him was about pain and he couldn't focus anymore on anything beside it as his body was turned into a living torch. And it seemed the living part wasn't for much longer. Chapter 2. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. A violent and throbbing pain were what welcomed Harry back into the world as he woke up from the darkness he had been lost into. It took a moment for his mind to start up again and he slowly opened his eyes, only seeing a red blur somewhere in front of him. His mind was completely jumbled, random ideas and memories flying everywhere along with the pain that was quickly subsiding, leaving him with a minor headache in less than a minute. It was only then that he started to have coherent thoughts again and he started to feel his body lying on a hard yet warm ground. Where am I? He asked no one in particular. He stopped briefly at his voice, noting how different it was than usual, far deeper but also higher and, if he wasn't wrong, echoing through his body. Putting this on the account that he was still not fully aware, he pushed those thoughts aside and tried to remember what happened. A flash of red swarmed his mind, and he recalled it all. Luna's invitation, the orb, the flames, all of it came back in a single second and he was overwhelmed, feeling like his body was on fire again only for it to instantly disappear. Feeling relieved, he heard a low rumble around him that brought back his awareness, expecting a monster to jump at him at any moment. Looking around, he didn't recognize where he was. It didn't seem to be the room he and Luna found the orb in. But it was some sort of old building made from dark gray stone, with a dozen strands of smoke coming out from a few cracks in the ground. The light came from a wide opening outside of his vision, right behind a corner, but it was sort of dimmed, like if something in the air made the light darker. What did I get myself in this time? Harry wondered before being disturbed again at the sound of his voice. Now that he was more awake, he could recognize the voice as feminine yet charged with tremendous power and sort of echoing along with a slow rumble. This prompted him to stand up, fearing what might have happened to him. As he did so, he felt something very wrong. He couldn't stand up. Not that he was lying on the ground, but his arms and legs were forcing him to walk on all fours. Praying for nothing too bad, he looked down at his arms and instead of light pink skin and hands he was welcomed with a pair of beefy arms covered in black scales and ending up with very four sharp claws. There was also the fact that his nose was longer and blacker than he remembered. What happened to me? He screamed as his voice boomed and echoed in the room he was in. Forced to stand up on all fours, he rushed outside even if his movements were far more restrained than he remembered, and his body kept feeling more wrong by the moment. Each of his steps made the ground tremble and as he crossed the corner toward the light the rear end of his body slammed into the wall, showing that he was bigger and taller than before. All his fears and worries about him died as he saw what was outside the small place he was in, for his eyes could only see the purest form of desolation before him. A barren land, completely gray and covered in ashes. Rivers of lava slowly moving around. Clouds of gas and wind carrying ashes darkened the sky. Everything around him was either in fire or already burned. A few old buildings made from the same stone that the one he was in were crumbled everywhere. A few big metallic machines had been left in abandon and burned husks of trees covered a few parts of the land. None of this made any sense to him. How could he have gone from small cave he found the orb into such a place? Why did the land look like this when he knew that there was no active volcano in England? Yet a bit further away was a massive volcano spewing lava like a real river that crossed the land. How? As soon as he spoke this single word, he was reminded that something was very wrong with him too. Now in the light of the sun, albeit slightly dimmed, he could see himself better. But he still needed a mirror. He tried to summon his wand, but nothing happened. Not only did it scared him at the perspective to be in a lost place, stuck as some strange creature, but without magic he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. For half a minute he tried to call upon every way he remembered to summon his wand, but nothing worked. Desperate, he turned back, in the hope that it might be laying where he woke up, but stopped when he saw his back. Because yes, his neck now seemed flexible enough to allow that. Presented with a perfect view of his body, his mind blanked when he realized that he was not just a weird and unknown creature but a massive black dragon. A large pair of wings with an orange membrane, a strong body covered in black scales that seemed to shine and absorb the light at the same time, two hind legs which bore the same powerful claws than the ones on his arms, and a tail that was almost as long as his entire bow, a club-like shape with 4 spikes on each side and a last one at the tip. Both shocked and awestruck, Harry just couldn't fathom what happened to him since he picked the orb, except that it seemed to have changed him into a dragon, one that he had never seen before, as well as sending him somewhere else, leaving him lost into an apparent world of ashes and lava. This doesn't make any sense, he roared in frustration, his voice echoing through the land far more than he expected. The sudden burst of anger freed him from his shock but also allowed him to think about what happened. But first, he had to look for his wand. Going back in the cave, he looked at every tiny spot, feared that the Elder Wand might have fallen into one of the cracks that glowed with magma beneath. Yet after 10 minutes he had to face the truth. Either his wand didn't appear with him or it burned into one of the cracks. And based on his new appearance and where he was, the first option was the most plausible one. His shoulders sagged and head down that he exited the cave, only for his eyes to contemplate again the destroyed land before him. What am I supposed to do now? He sighed, hearing again his voice as he was starting to realize another very troubling fact. And I guess I couldn't just end up as a dragon but as a female dragon. Stupid Potter luck, she by scientific standards, swore as she slammed the ground with her claw. Fuming, Harry looked around once more in search of anything interesting or helpful. And a few things did stick out, like the small paved road crossing the land that seemed well maintained, massive stone constructions at the entrance and the top of the volcano, indication that someone appeared to have lived inside at some point, and by squinting her eyes she could even see a small camp of crude tents at the base of the volcano. But there wasn't a single sign of water, and the rest of the landscape was made of lava, small hills and bigger ones that hid everything standing behind them. I hate my life, she sighed one more time before she walked down the path that led at the foot of the small hill she had woken up in. Left with no other choice but to go anywhere, Harry followed He pathed toward the small camp she had seen earlier, and just by standing next to it she guessed that her head must have been standing between 4 and 5 meters high, as he saw some of the tiny old fences on the side of the road or ruined buildings that he knew were too small for him to get in. As she walked, a few sounds others than the bubbles of lava popping came from her left. In an exceedingly small sort of valley, a mere 2 or 3 meters deeper than the rest of the landscape, was a small group of trolls-like creatures, yet different from what she had ever seen before. Some of them were heavy plates of armor while others only had loincloth. They were far beefier than the trolls she knew and lived in some sort of large huts made from stone, wood, and red silk. They were being incredibly loud and kept insulting each other with a very dumb form of language, even if it was far better than the trolls she saw before. Preferring to avoid any dangerous confrontation for now, she continued a bit faster until she was out of their way. What is this place? I haven't heard of anything coming even close to all of this. Harry wondered as more creatures kept showing up. Some were normal ones, albeit a bit bigger, like wolves. But others were gigantic, like scorpions and spiders that could easily come to a man's hip. The spiders were nothing new, she had seen bigger, but these scorpions and their darts dripping venom forced her to keep her distances. But then there were new creatures, like some beings made of metal, the only word coming to her mind being golems, and some made of dirt. somehow held together with a magical wind or even made of lava and patrolling the sides of the boiling red rivers. The walk to the camp took a little while, a bit more than she expected. It didn't seem to have been that far. But the answer lied into the fact that her new body was larger and a bit slower to move around, not as agile as her human body, but it was an easy compensated weakness by the strong muscles and claws. Stopping a little 100 meters away, trying to lie down as much as a big dragon could behind a small hill so that only her head showed up, she took a better look at the small camp. Her eyes scanned the 4 tents that were protected by a quite thick wooden wall. A few crates and barrels were laying around and a couple of people were minding their own business. 2 were guarding the entrances of the camp. 1 man was standing near a tent, torch in hand and waiting for something to happen with a bored expression. But the most interesting one was by far the smaller one, standing at barely 1m50. And with a thick beard and black skin. Not black like a black person but like dark ashes. She wasn't quite sure what to make of him. Sure, she knew who dwarves were, but did she heard of a dwarf looking like that. Perhaps it was a custom thing, and he covered his body in ashes. But this didn't matter. What did was what she should do now. Seeing how armed they were. Had made no doubt that they were trained and ready for battle, meaning they were expecting danger to show up. And she had no intention to appear as a danger. Which wasn't helped at all by being a draw. Gone, and everyone knows that dragons are dangerous and must always either be killed or captured. But this was back in her world. She had no idea of where she was, but she had a massive difference with the dragons she knew. She could talk. And she could only hope that it would be enough to stop any kind of fight early on. After a couple more minutes to watch the men of the camp, she chose to act and stoop up. It was not a decision she liked much, but it was simply that there was no other option. Her claws were quite loud, but her weight also made it extremely easy to hear her coming. So it was to no surprise that the men had seen her as soon as she passed the rocky formation she had been hiding at. "Dragon!" yelled the man with the torch, throwing it aside to take a sword hanging on a nearby rack. "Wait, I don't." Harry started before being interrupted by a gunshot to the cheek. The bang was loud and for a second she thought that she would fall dead. Instead, her cheek was perfectly fine. She felt the bullet touch her scales and bounce off without doing any damage. But this was enough to make her realize that there was no way she would be arguing with people armed with swords and guns. She was probably strong enough to kill them all in seconds with her claws and hard enough to take on any of their attacks, but she was not here with evil intention. Attacking them would only make it harder for her in the future should she face people ready to talk like civilized persons. By now they were almost 20 meters away from her except for the guard armed with the rifle that kept more distance. Having already reloaded his weapon and aiming at her, not waiting for another bullet, she bolted around as a gunshot came from behind her, but the bullet must have missed her since she didn't feel anything. It turned out to not be as efficient as she thought, her massive body capable of big strides but not cut out for speed as the screams of the men were still right behind her. A single glance told her that it was the case. But it also revealed something obvious that she had forgot. Her massive wings. "I'm such an idiot sometimes," she grumbled as she tried to make them move. It was surprisingly easy to find the muscles responsible for the wings, and soon she had them open to their full extent. She had seen dragons take off before, but doing it was an entirely different thing. A flap of her wings sent her 2 meters in the air, but she forgot to continue and smashed her legs in the ground, making the earth tremble as she swore. She had to repeat it 2 times before she managed to fully leave the ground and started to gain altitude as her wings carried her higher. Thankfully, she received no injury from this small scurr that entering in contact with anyone would be far harder than she hoped. And that she risked being shot at any moment just for being a dragon. Pushing her wings to go higher, she came to be so high that she could see above the mountains surrounding the valley of ash and lava. And to her greatest relief it seemed that not all here was covered in lava, for what she saw beneath these mountains was a sea of green trees for kilometers as well as a massive city way further away in the distance. "At least everything is not burned here," she said, noting how this was the second good thing that happened today. The first one being that she didn't need glasses anymore. Chapter 3. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. I'll release a chapter on Mondays, Thursdays and Saturdays. 3 chapters a week looks good to me, but please comment if it should be slower or faster. I'm interested in what your opinion may be. Also, I'm very thankful to those who have given back comments and feedback, so keep it coming. Just something that I forgot in the first AN. I started writing this before the Dragonflight expansion came out, so stuff that happens in the story may not fit with what happened after it started. The story is quite straightforward, so don't expect big schemes or I don't know what. It's more of a relaxing story for you, just like it is for me. Thank you for your patience and good reading. Crossing the little chain of mountain that separated Harry from the large forest spreading till the horizon took more time than she expected, almost half an hour spent flying straight when she finally reached the first trees. Flying as a dragon had far more advantages than when she was human. She was completely impervious to the temperature changes. The few birds that roamed the sky didn't even dare come close to her, and the massive flaps done by her wings gave her a feeling of power. Sure, she wasn't as fast as a Nimbus 2000, but the feeling of flying by herself was so much more worth it. But even these great sensations did not help alleviate her mind from all that happened since she woke up. She was still a dragon, still female, and still lost in an unknown land. She would need to either find someone willing to speak with her or at least a map to figure out where she was, for it felt like this was not her world anymore. The landscape was completely different. The trees and the mountain themselves felt different, and there was a feeling in the air, a magical presence unlike any that she ever felt before. It probably was the case when she woke up, but her panicked mind had been too occupied to notice it, and now she could only marvel at how much magic saturated the world. Everything around her echoed about magic, even the very plants and the earth. Like if the world itself was filled with magic. This pushed Harry to try calling on her magic once more, even if she was never talented into wandless magic, but this proved fruitless. The only thing she got was that the magic in her had changed, not too surprisingly, and it was now far wilder, as well as hot. Like a flame moving in all directions. It wasn't out of reach, she could feel it, but for some reason her magic refused to obey her. Almost as if it was partly sentient, which it normally wasn't. Overall, this short time spent flying didn't provide much for her thoughts, only that it confirmed that she had changed not only on the surface but also inside. Never had she heard of anything capable of changing one's magic into another. You could destroy one, weaken or empower one, but changing its fundamentals were unheard of. But now was the time to focus back on reality. Looking down from her high point of view, she looked for 2 things in priority. First, a source of water to drink and see herself, and second, a place to hide. There was no doubt that dragons were seen as dangerous creatures here too, if the reactions from the people she met earlier were the normal ones. Hiding would probably be a necessity. She must have been a solid 500 meters high in the air, so most of the ground was revealed to her, at least all that wasn't hidden by the canopy. A first sort of massive Hell was standing in a little closed valley, with half of its ground burned, and she could see some sort of humanoid creatures mixed with an ugly wolf roaming around, fought by a few soldiers in armor. And even 1 or 2 people wearing simple cloths and armed with the crudest wooden hammer she ever saw. This was nothing to the shock of seeing a woman wearing a simple deep purple dress and a staff literally throwing fireballs at one of these creatures. What? How? She stopped, hovering in the air, and looking in awe at this woman casting spells in a row. The people around her didn't even seem fazed by it. They just kept fighting, and Harry even saw a man lift his hammer before it was engulfed in a golden light as he swung it in a creature's face. There was clearly no worry about the statute of secrecy. They were casting magic non-stop until the last of the creatures fell. Her curiosity was pushed to its limits, but she managed to restrain herself. She couldn't allow them to see her. With a heroic effort of will that she managed to move away, leaving the abbey and its massive walls behind her to continue toward the forest, not without a last glance and a sad sigh. Continuing Thayer revealed a large stone tower far to her left, right in the middle of the woods. She prayed that the soldiers there wouldn't think about looking up, for she would be instantly noticed, standing like a massive black stain in the sky. Further, straight in front of her, was a crossroad consisting of 2 buildings where 4 roads joined, fusing together at the center. One was going toward the abbey, another went toward the stone tower. A third seemed to go in the opposite direction than she came from, and the last was going all the way up to a massive city that stood far away, taking up all the space available between two small mountains. From above she could see that many people were gathered at this crossroad, even if there didn't seem to be any specific reason for it. Most of them were riding on either horses, griffins or hippogriffs, but some other creatures were just far too weird and unique for her to identify. Some were either alive or mechanical, others made of light or darkness. And in such a variety that she quickly got lost trying to identify each of them. What is this place? She wondered, amazed. Even if the mounts could be described as odd at the very least, the riders were as different as them. Some were humans or werewolves, some dwarves, others were even smaller than dwarves and with crazy hair colors. Some were standing higher than anyone else, with pale purple skin and extremely long ears. One was a complete unknown to her, goat horns, with hooves for feet and blue skin. There was even a panda wearing clothes sitting on a large turtle. How could I have never heard of this place before? So much unknown, so many magical creatures, she said to herself in awe. She remained there for a little while, observing them talking and quickly going around with people always coming and leaving. It was almost an utopia, a place where people of all places and races gathered without any animosity. Well, it was almost true, as some of them seemed to have duels, but no one died in the end. Always healed by someone around or themselves. This was a place that Hermione had wished to create for so long, sadly one that was still highly impossible today in England. RRY could only wish to be allowed to go down there and ask the 1,000 questions popping in and out of her mind, but the sound of her wings quickly reminded her that she was not in for a warm welcome. Some of the people down there were even riding smaller dragons than her, with halters, saddles and everything needed to ride. And she had absolutely no wish to end up like that. Letting out a big sigh, she turned sideways towards a small lake that rested a bit between the crossroad and the tower. Losing altitude, islands on the lake weren't unoccupied, as some sort of fish-like creatures were gathered around, standing on two legs, and armed with either sticks or their claws, and living in huts installed on stilts. As she got closer, she heard them talk in an indescribable way, like if fish had been given the ability to talk out of the water. They weren't like merpeople that could be conversed with and lacked their human features. And she simply couldn't understand any of it. Still letting caution lead her way, she slowed down on the opposite side of the lake, the furthest away from these creatures as well as the road where she had seen a handful of people tread on. Stretching her claws out like she did with her feet before when landing on a broomstick, she dug a bit in the earth as her claws tore with strength through the dirt and grass, wings flapping quickly to bring her to a stop. She might not have been a great flyer yet as a dragon, but she judged her landing as very passable, maybe even good considering it was her first time doing it as a dragon. Phew, that took a while, Harry said as she brought her wings to her back, them being a little sore and letting them rest after the first time flying under her own power. Looking down at the water in front of her, she took a couple of steps toward it and leaned down to see herself in the water. The dragon in the reflection was completely unknown. Two light black horns were curved backward and went up again to finish with sharp tips. A long muzzle, both sleek, refined, and dangerous, wide, powerful at the same time, with a few teeth showing off on the sides. One single horn right above the nostrils, slightly pointing backwards. Lastly, three smaller horns ran backward right beneath the two big ones, along with some skin linking them together. All her face was covered in black scales except underneath her chin where they turned orange all the way down her belly to the tip of her tail. Powerful muscles easily showed themselves all around her face, around the lips, cheeks, and the eyes. These were what shocked her most. Her famously green eyes had been replaced by a powerful red, burning with intensity and cut with a golden pupil slicing it vertically. A red that matched without a doubt the one from the orb. Is that really me? Am I still me? Harry asked herself in a whisper, still looking at her and getting a glimpse at her maw. Opening it wide, she saw the dozens of teeth, big and sharp, ready to tear tea. Her flesh like a knife through butter. The rest of her maw was a fiery red and a glow seemed to pulse far down her throat, with a powerful heat wave coming out as she exhaled. I'm really a bloody dragon, and a pretty cool one, she said, admiring her new features, most of which gave a terrifying appearance. Still a female thought. That might take some time to get used to, she grumbled, tearing her gaze away from her reflection. Looking at all the evidence before her, either she was having the most realistic dream of her life and was still beside Luna, or she was in a world completely different from hers. Too many things differed, like the lack of anything linked to muggles like cars or modern houses. The extremely diverse number of races and creatures mixed in one place were also completely unlikely back in his world, even if some countries were close to achieve that. Some of them were different while others were completely new. Everything seemed to point toward the fact that wherever she wasn't on Earth but somewhere else. Of course, proof would be needed to verify this hypothesis, but this was the only satisfactory answer she could produce right now. It would be impossible for such a big place with so many creatures to have remained hidden back on Earth. MRGLRGR. Jerking at the weird cry, Harry looked to her right to see one of these fish creatures running toward her, all claws out. She didn't got much time to react that it was already at her foot and trying to claw her right foreleg in frenzy. Try being the perfect word, for its claws didn't even dent her scales. You must not be very smart to attack a dragon several times your size, she stated as a fact, watching the creature attack relentlessly. Murger, Maruger, MRGLRGR. In a matter of second, a whole swarm of these creatures surrounded her and started doing their best to put her down. Not even coming close to harming her. Hey, bug off, she said, turning around with the intention to simply walk away. What she did not expect was for the creatures to be swatted away by her tail, sending them flying in the small lake. She had completely forgot about her new appendage, and it seemed far more deadly than she thought. Seeing some blood on the spikes that ended her tail. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that, she swore apologetically, looking at the creatures she hid not break out the surface of the lake with blood tainting the water. MRURGLR, yelled another creature. Raising her head, she saw what was probably the whole tribe coming for her, maybe 20 creatures strong and all screaming for blood. They wouldn't harm her thanks to her natural armor, but she could too easily harm them. It wouldn't be a fair fight. I'm sorry, she roared before opening her wings. In a couple of powerful flaps, she found herself out of range and started to fly away, looking back at this very regretful situation that could have been avoided with great sadness. Distraught after having ended 4 or so lives so casually, she didn't pay much attention to where she was going and ended up destroying the top of a tree taller than the others. It didn't harm her in any way, but she got startled and lost enough altitude to crash down on the ground. Ouch. Her body didn't seem to be heavily injured, but eating a tree head first wasn't a nice feeling, soreness spreading through her muzzle quickly as she gathered herself. Shaking her head, she opened her eyes only to realize that she had landed right in the middle of one of the paved roads. And right in front of a small platoon of guards, DS and shields up, along with 1 or 2 already preparing spells if the lights in their hands were of any indication. Dragon, defend yourselves, yelled one woman at the front. Wait, I'm not evil, blurted out Harry, trying to prevent another fight. Vile beast, your tainted words won't trick us, screamed another man as a first spell was fired. Death to the black dragonflight, shouted another. A large ice shard hit Harry straight in the shoulder and she let out a growl of pain, watching the ice piercing her scales and dig in a little in her flesh. Then the whole platoon rushed at her, all weapons in hands and ready for a fierce battle. She might have fought her way through, but just as the encounter with the fish-like creatures showed, she would crush them like ants under her boots. But then if she wouldn't fight didn't mean that she would simply await for her fate. I have enough of this, Harry bellowed. The force of her shout was enough to stop them in their tracks for a second, most clutching their ears briefly. But she didn't give them more time to recover, spreading her wings and jumping in the air, quickly putting a large distance between her and these insane people. 2 arrows grazed her and another ice shard flew right next to her head, but she quickly put enough distance between them to be safe, giving one glare backward as the troop of soldiers gathered themselves, rushing toward the crossroad. Damn it, I know I'm not the friendliest looking dragon right now, but they won't even listen to me, she swore. Her plans of interacting with others were crumbling down, just because she happened to wake up as a dragon. Letting her anger settle down slowly, she glared forward until she caught sight of the very volcano she saw earlier. It gave her an idea. If she Don't interact with others without ending in a fight, then maybe it would be better to hide far away from them. Or would it? No, this isn't the solution. If it's anything like back on Earth, I'll soon have people coming after me. They wouldn't let out aloud. Plus I don't know enough. Maybe they have a team dedicated to hunt dragons. This is so frustrating. Taking a bit more altitude, she was reminded of the burning cold ice shard in her shoulder. It wasn't big enough nor deep enough to disable her, but it was still very annoying and painful. But she didn't had time for it now. Had to find a secured place to hide and rest. Flying above the forest, she quickly pushed aside the idea of going deeper in the forest, thinking that there would be nothing to hide her there. She flew in circles for a few minutes, looking at the land and making decisions. Going toward any kind of settlement or the massive city was obviously a bad idea. Staying near roads and rivers was also tacky. A risk of someone seeing her, and she didn't really felt like going back into the volcano land. Harry still needed to find someone with whom she could talk to, explain herself and get some answers. Hiding wasn't the right option. But for once luck seemed to be on her side when she noticed a large cave at the foot of a small mountain, one that was right at the foot of the forest, far away from the road and completely isolated. Landing in front of it woke up the pain in her shoulder for a moment, and she turned her head angrily, caught the annoying chunk of ice with her teeth and pulled it out swiftly. I hate my life. She exhaled loudly as the ice shard was spat away. Looking at the cave, it wasn't very deep nor exceptionally large, but it was barely enough to allow her to enter entirely. It was slightly damp, very dusty, and even had an old camp that had fallen into decay right next to it. Going in, she let herself fall on the ground, laying down on her side with her wings and tail unconsciously wrapping around her as she let out a small sigh of relief, letting her sore shoulder and tired wings rest. Would everyone react like this just from seeing her? It was likely and not a very good sign, but she wouldn't let something like a change of appearance define her life, that she had already got too much of in Hogwarts. The idea of being stuck as a dragon for the rest of her life didn't please her in the least, and if she could turn back into a man, that would be very appreciated. As much as flying with her own wings appealed to her, she would probably trade it to be human again. There was also the fact that she looked like no dragon she ever saw back on Earth. It made sense that she was a dragon of these lands. The soldiers that attack her even spoke about some dragon thing that she didn't caught. But the fact was that they knew of what she was and thought that she was part of something, perhaps a type of dragon. They hadn't been surprised by hearing her talk, if an thing. They had clearly expected it and instantly dismissed her words, as if any word coming out of her mouth would be lies and pure evil. With a tired sigh, perhaps overthinking a bit even if it couldn't hurt, Harry started feeling a bit tired, and she closed her eyes for a short nap. She wasn't hoping for everything to be fixed back on Earth as Harry Potter the human, but it never hurt to believe that it might. Not too far away from the cave where Harry was resting, in the great human capital of Stormwind, a messenger was bringing a scroll to a high-ranking officer in the castle. A black dragon, in Elwyn Forest, he muttered for himself as he read the content of the message. Yes, my lord. She was spotted in the early afternoon, not too far from the Tower of Azora, replied the messenger. Let's send a request to the Red Dragonflight. We will need assistance to take it down. With most of the army already focused on the war, we can't spare any more men. Yes, my lord. A request was written then sealed, before been given to the messenger. He then quickly left, crossed the merchant part of the town before rushing to the Mage Tower. Climbing the tower, he stopped in front of a woman standing by a massive green portal. Greetings, Master Canon. I requires a portal for the Wormrest Temple immediately. Saluted the messenger. Sure. Shrugged the woman near the portal. It took only a dozen of seconds for a portal to be set up, revealing the golden grounds of a temple on the other side. The message wouldn't take long to be brought to the Queen of Dragons. And Harry had no idea of any of this nor how quickly things were moving around, the decisions made and the plans being set in place, soundly resting in her providential cave. Partially rewritten. I do not own nor possess an right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. Who is the love interest going to be with? With an OC. Hope it doesn't disappoint too much. What do I mean by Harry Potter male then female? Exactly that, physically in any case. Harry doesn't identify as a girl. He, until Chapter 2, has been a boy for his whole life. AN2. Due to some reviews that pointed out how out of character Harry was. And after reading the chapter again myself, I did a couple of modification on the encounter between Harry and the dragons, giving some more fight into him in an attempt to match the real one a bit more. Tell me what you think about it, if I should change it back or not. Please comment review. Thank you for your patience and good reading. When Harry's eyelids lift up, she felt far better than before. Her wings were perfectly fine, and her shoulder felt a little cold. A glance toward it revealed that the loss of 3 scales were the reason. Her flesh had almost healed already, but the scales would probably take more time to regenerate. At least she wasn't bleeding anymore. Yawning a bit, she looked outside and was surprised to see that the night had fell. But she was still capable to see almost as well as if it was day. Now that's an improvement, she joked as she stood up, happy to no longer have any eyesight problems like before. Taking a step outside, she saw that the woods were calm. And the only sound around came from a light breeze brushing the leaves around. A small pack of wolves were wandering far away from her, moving silently through the night. But a more distinct thing were the few lights coming from a group of 5 people coming right toward her, still quite far away. They didn't look like the guards she met earlier. Their armor were more random and of a somewhat lesser quality than the proper soldiers, but she had no wish to be attacked again. Not again, she whispered, looking around only to realize that she could only hide in the cave or fly away. Seeing how they were clearly coming in her direction, she jumped in the air, propelling herself with her wings until she was above the canopy and then continued until she passed above the group. Luckily, they didn't seem to have noticed anything in the shadow of the night and she was able to look for another place to hide, and she had a feeling doing this again would prove itself to be another challenge. Many more groups were spread in the forest, all bearing torches to light their steps and all obviously ready for a fight. It seemed that a lot more people had been called to deal with her, which only made her worries grow. What am I supposed to do? I can't talk with anyone without risking being killed. Everyone is trying to kill me on sight. I know I'm a dragon, but still, this is a bit much. She mumbled to herself. Far, at the end of the forest, she could see the massive city alight in the night, with massive brasseros on the top of the towers. Except that, there wasn't anything much to look for. Her night vision was good, but it was not comparable to how far she was able to see at day. What was the choice? Going around and find another place to Saint at while trying to escape every coming person? No. She needed to find someone willing to talk with her without raising their weapon first. Information about this world was crucial and she desperately needed some right now. At least to know where she was and maybe to find out more about dragons in this world. But where could she go? Maybe this city was the only one around, with small villages mocking up the rest of the CO simply fly around aimlessly. Perhaps the old ruins she saw in the morning, near the volcano, might have something of value. But again, this was helplessly relying on luck and hers had never been up to the task. Still flying around, she suddenly heard something like an echo of her wings flapping, coming from somewhere around her. Looking to and fro didn't help. There was nothing in sight that could explain where this echo came from, and it even seemed to be growing stronger as the seconds passed. Then, this echo doubled, and Harry stopped, looking around again only to find nothing. Just trees for kilometers around. What could make such a sound? Suddenly, a monstrous weight dropped on her back and she only got to let out a yelp of surprise that she was sent crashing to the ground. She trashed around in an attempt to remove whatever was on her, but it was for naught, only seeing lots of red. The impact was hard, pressed on the cold dirt, her body crushed by something that was still on her back, stopping her to use her wings in an attempt to throw it off. She barely started to turn her head that a massive claw forced her neck down into the grass, almost completely immobilizing her. Yield, spawn of Deathwing, boomed a masculine voice right above her. Not ready to die yet, not after all that happened in her life, Harry roared and pushed herself up with all 4 of her legs, pushing back the creature on her. She was slightly shocked to see a massive red dragon, one that was nearly twice bigger than her, but didn't let it stop her. Her opponent was snarling and glaring at her, mouth partially opened with large white teeth showing. They were only a couple meters apart and they turned into mere centimeters when the red dragon pounced on her, trying to claw her face. She dived to the side and immediately fought back, bringing her teeth on the dragon's right hind leg. Even if she had no experience into fighting as a dragon, she was well aware that the teeth and claws were not for show. This proved correct when she drew blood of her enemy's leg, tearing out a cry of pain from the red dragon. She bit down harder, trying to break the leg, but this proved to be a mistake. Even if the red dragon was partially immobilized, he wasn't defenseless. He opened his mouth wide and Harry only had a second to process what he was going to do as a red glow appeared in his mouth. She was too late and a shower of flames covered her face, forcing her to let go as she was blinded. Harry had expected a terrible pain, charred flesh and destroyed scales. Instead she was left completely unharmed. Slightly shocked to be perfectly fine, but it was long enough for her opponent to continue their assault. Looking up at the red dragon, she briefly wondered if she see old breath fire just like him, but was stopped as something hit her from behind. Groaning in pain, she turned around trying to find what had attacked her. This left enough time to the red dragon to rush at her again. This time successfully managing to catch her face and neck with his claws as he used his far larger size and weight to crush her in the grass. Harry was just about to try attacking Ain when the red dragon brought a claw on her face and placed his mouth right on her neck, ready to crush it. She froze, not getting any idea of what she could do to get out of this situation. Threat. Ned to have her neck destroyed at any second. I surrender, she threw out, hoping that it may defuse the situation. HMPF, at least you know when you were beaten, said another, older male that came from above too. Slightly turning her head, at least as much as she could, her eyes expanded in surprise at seeing another dragon, a blue one hovering above them. Look, I think it's a big misunderstanding. I haven't. Harry tried diplomatically, hoping that the two dragons wouldn't put an end to her life now. Silence. You will not speak unless ordered to, yelled the dragon that had her life in his claws and teeth. Nodding her understanding, she chose to remain as immobile as possible as the second dragon landed in front of her, also a bit bigger than her but not by much. This one had a small go. ATEE placed between purple crystals coming out of his face, another crystal acting as a horn on his snout and others at the elbows of his legs. I thought the last of the black female died during the cataclysm. He spoke in an old man's voice, only far deeper and powerful than any man could have. Harry elicited to not reply, fearing the consequences. Tell us who you are, you who managed to hide. The same dragon continued, after a brief look at the dragon holding her, and getting a noticeably short nod in reply, she proceeded to answer. My name is Harry Potter. And I have no idea what you are talking about nor why you're after me. Harry, this isn't a dragon name. What is yours? The red dragon said, narrowing his eyes. It's my name, I don't have any other. She said, Serper, ISED by the dragon's wariness for what was only her name. Do not lie, screamed again the dragon, keeping her still, bringing his teeth right on her neck again. I'm not lying, Harry is my name, she yelled, frustrated, feeling the pressure getting stronger and her scales and flesh bend under the large jaws. Lord Deverstraz, I do not think that she is lying, noted the blue dragon. Azurgos, started the more aggressive dragon. Let me oversee the talks. The one named Azurgos said. A grunt came from Deverstraz, but, thankfully for Harry, he didn't do more than press her neck just a bit more. Now, spawn of Deathwing, I demand you to tell us the truth. What is your purpose here? I don't know. I woke up near that massive volcano this morning. I flew around, got attacked by weird fish creatures and then by a group of guards. That's all I know, she replied, getting angry about all of this. This does not seem very likely, replied Azurgos. At this point Harry wasn't even sure of what she could say to save herself. If she tried to explain everything, that she was a human male coming from another world barely one day ago, she had the feeling they wouldn't find this any more believable. In fact, she wouldn't believe it herself. There was no straightforward way to get out of this, but at least she had a part of truth in her story that she could share. Listen, I don't know why everyone attacks me except for being a dragon. I apologize if I crossed your territory or offended you, but I can assure you that it wasn't my intention. If you let me go, I'll be on my way and we won't have to see each other ever again." She offered. "As tempting as this is, we cannot do that," replied the blue dragon. Her eyes widened slightly at the thought that they were going to kill her. Yet, her fears got both crushed and revived by what he said next. "Calm down. We are not going to kill you unless you give us a good reason. Now, Harry, if that's your true name, I want you to tell us everything about you. Depending on your answers, we will perhaps end your life or let you be judged by the life binder." Azergos explained perfectly calm. He was talking about killing her right here for almost no other reason than being a dragon. She couldn't understand why that was, but she wouldn't question it now. It took her a few seconds to think about it all, now knowing she was not assured to die, before she could respond. And she couldn't bring herself to tell her past, sensing that it would only make her situation worse. "I'm Harry Potter's daughter of James and Lily Potter. I'm 24 years old and—" "Wait, how old are you?" stopped her Azergos, apparently shocked if dragon facial expressions were as readable as humans. 24 years old," she repeated. The two bigger dragons stood silent, sharing a glance as they exchanged some silent thoughts for a moment. And suddenly the pressure on Harry's neck doubled, almost crushing her windpipe as she struggled to breathe. She tried to move, to get away from these monsters, but she simply couldn't do anything. "Are you taking us for imbeciles? No dragon as big as you could ever be 24. Growled the "I swear." Harry barely managed to get out, fear now filling her quickly. She had rarely been that scared to die. She couldn't use her magic to save herself and no friends would come save her this time. She had always been scared of Voldemort before, but her whole life had been turning around that single fact, that she was fated to face him. Even before she knew that she would have to die for Voldemort to be vulnerable, she learned that her life could end at any time. With the Dursleys she learned that hunger and bad treatment could end her. With Hogwarts she faced a basilisk that almost ended her life. And taught her that had luck not been on her side she would have died many times over. But right now, this had nothing to do with her past. No miracles, no magic, and a very real chance to die at the claws of these dragons. Were they here because she crossed their territory? She had learned that much from Charlie Weasley, but she could see no other reason why they wanted to kill her. They spoke about someone, but in her panic she already forgot about the name. Not that it mattered right now. Please. Harry spoke in a rail, using the last remains of air in her lungs. She looked into their eyes. The large red one was openly glaring at her and she had no doubt that he would end her life right now. There would be no mercy coming from him. The other one though, he was standing straight with a straight face that still showed a bit of empathy. Harry dived into his deep blue eyes that shone with a magical glow, hoping that he may be the one to save her. "I beg you." The world was starting to turn dark, spots clouding her vision and her body starting to slack off. "Lord Deverstraz." Harry almost didn't heard the words, but she certainly heard the grunt that followed as the large claw crushing her neck was lifted. Taking a sharp breath of deeply needed air, Harry quickly breathed in and out, trying to get the air moving in her blood as the world slowly returned to normal. The pain in her neck was still there. Her lungs were burning and she coughed a couple of times, but she was still alive. "Be grateful that your life might still be spared tonight," sneered Deverstraz. "Bloody wanker." Harry wheezed out, well aware that even if she wanted to explode at the red dragon, which would be a terrible idea, Harry was still recovering her breath. A hateful growl was her only reply, but she couldn't care any less. "You do not lie then. Are you really 24? Asked Azergos. The pressure on her neck was slightly released a little bit more. The claws were still there, but at least it wasn't crushing her anymore. "Child, are you saying the truth? You will be executed if we found that you lied to us." Asked again Azergos before she was even able to answer. "I'm not a child," she replied by reflex more than anything. "I'm 24. Then you are a child. Who raised you?" "My aunt's family. My parents died when I was 1 year old because of a dark wizard," she said, letting out a bit of truth that didn't seem important to keep for herself. "Where were you during the madness of Deathwing?" "I don't know who that is." "Truly?" asked Deverstraz, eyeing her sharply. "I really don't know. I don't even know where I am." "I swear," Harry quickly roared as her anger came back at full strength. You will address me with respect, whelp, he commanded, opening his wings in a threatening stand. Which didn't work at all. Calm down, both of you. We are trying to have a conversation here, intervened the blue dragon. With another grunt and a glare, Deverstraz relented. He didn't remove his claws from her neck. Now then, have you not heard the whispers of the old gods? Azergos pressed her. No, I have no idea what you're talking about or why I'm pinned to the ground. I haven't done anything wrong. Harry half shouted, not feeling as angry toward the blue dragon. Perhaps you are telling the truth, noted Azergos. You can't believe her just like this. She, growled Deverstraz. I do not. I say that there is a chance that she might be truthful. But we are not the ones who should judge, growled back Azergos. Harry wisely chooses to remain silent as the bigger dragons were eyeing each other's, not blinking, and holding their gaze for a few seconds until Deverstraz closed his eyes, a sigh passing his lips. The queen will decide her fate. He gave up. She will. Now, Harry, you will come with us peacefully to Wormrest Temple, and if you attempt to attack us or to flee, we will kill you without hesitation. Am I clear? Azergos almost growled right in her face. Crystal. She agreed quickly. The claw on her neck was removed and only now did she felt how sore it was after having stayed like this for so long. Shaking herself, she looked up wryly and angrily at the bigger dragons who always kept their eyes on her, watching her every moves with great caution. Unconsciously, she stood slightly smaller than she actually was, attempting to look less threatening. Let's not waste time, said Deverstraz. Of course, Lord Deverstraz, replied Azergos, turning around and breathing a torrent of light blue flames in front of him. Harry watched with fascination the flames twirl and move until they took the shape of a large portal that showed a golden ground of the other side with massive pillars holding a roof of marble. I didn't know dragons could do magic, she said without thinking. Then perhaps you truly are a child. Come, Azergos ordered as he passed through the portal. Slightly pushed by Deverstraz's bigger frame, Harry had no other choice than enter the glowing oval of magical flames. Unlike apparition, there was no feeling of getting pulled through her navel, and in a second she exited in the very place that had been in the portal. Only slightly disorientated, she looked around before freezing at what she saw. In front of her were two monsters of dragons, a red one and a bronze one, towering over every other dragons. Alongside them were two smaller ones yet still bigger than Deverstraz, a blue one and a green one. If she wasn't wrong, looking at their silhouette, the red and green ones were females with slightly leaner builds, with the bronze and blue ones were physically stronger. She didn't got the time to do anything that she was again forced to lower her head by Deverstraz, who was also bowing before them just like Azergos. My queen, we bring you the black that roamed Elwyn Forest, said Azergos. Harry might have objected the choice of word, but the massive red dragon took a step forward, instantly getting all of her attention. She was not only far bigger than herself but covered with pieces of jewelry, on her horns, claws and forearms, and her eyes held a power that screamed respect and awe. RRY could only stand in awe and respect at the power of such a titanic dragon. Let her go, came the reply from the Queen of Dragons. She was instantly freed, but she chose not looking at her face, worried that she might do something insulting that would result in her situation worsening again. Worse meaning death. Is she the reason why you asked us all to come, Nosdormu? She said, looking at the massive bronze dragon. Chapter 5. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. Please comment, review. Thank you for your patience and good reading. The massive bronze dragon, apparently named Nosdormu, whose color was remarkably close to actual sand, stepped forward and looked at Harry in a weird way. As if she was not truly here. She had seen this in Luna sometimes, and Harry found herself slightly surprised to see it again, especially in a massive dragon. I felt that my presence would be necessary to explain this young one's presence. He started, speaking at a low pace. Harry tensed at that, a feeling of dread coursing through her. Did this dragon knew how she came here? Did he know she used to be human? She didn't got the time to ask that. The other dragons turned toward Nosdormu with small looks of surprise and tension on their faces. So, you have already seen N of Dragons. Am I wrong to assume that she has a role to play in our future? You wouldn't know about any dragon without reason. Indeed, sister. The sands showed me that Harry's arrival was unique. A truly small number of timelines showed her coming here today. I have also seen what happens if I do not intervene to clarify. Your Majesty, if I may, interrupted Deverstraz. Go on. Invited him the Queen. This filth speaks stories of pure nonsense. I advise caution, Your Majesty, it can only be an attempt to escape punishment. Continued the Red Dragon. What stories? Asked the Queen. She said that she was in Blackrock Mountain. Was attacked by murlocs and guards and pretend that she hasn't done anything wrong nor know why we were after her. Truly such idiocy can only be found in the Black Dragonflight. Continued Deverstraz. Z with quite the impressive amount of hatred in his voice. Harry might have praised the impressive memory of the dragon for a couple of words she babbled in her panic earlier, but she was too busy dreading what was happening. She was being put on trial without a chance to explain herself, a situation she was quite familiar with. And why did this red dragon seem to hate her so much? She could only guess. But she wasn't about to let him crush her chances of survival. Excuse me, she dared say. All heads turned toward Harry, who was still standing head low, feeling lost into what was being said. She didn't know enough to figure out why she was here, but it was obviously because of belonging to this Black Dragon flight if she heard correctly. And no matter how lost or confused she was, he wouldn't let anyone order her fate ever again. She already had enough of that for a lifetime. And Harry managed to give back a glare at Deverstraz, who was doing the same, both of them plainly hating the other. She didn't know why he acted like an ass, but that was the exact reason why she was hating him. And she certainly wouldn't forget the way he treated her today. Speak, ordered the Queen. May I ask what's going on? Harry asked, turning away from Deverstraz and addressing the Queen more politely. Do not fret, child, for I knows what troubles you. Alexstrasza, this young one is comin' to us free of any corruption of the old gods, unaware of our world and the misdeeds of her flight. Replied Nosdormu. Truly, I thought Rathan and Ebyssian were the only uncorrupted black dragons. Alexstrasza, the Dragon Queen, said in genuine shock as she looked at Harry with a new eye. Perhaps more still hide, but Harry stands out by being completely unknown to us and us to her. Tell us your age, young Harry. Nosdormu asked knowingly. Having seen the reaction of Deverstraz and Azergos barely a couple of minutes earlier, the two having almost ended her life just for saying it, it's with a bit of anxiety that she answered. Afraid of suffering the same treatment again, but not enough to put her chances of getting away to rest. 24 years old, Your Majesty. She added, not knowing how to address him properly. 24, repeated Alexstrasza shocked. But she is bigger than a drake, whispered the large blue dragon to the green one in slight awe. Adult even, replied the green one. To answer your question, sister, young Harry will not have any significant role on our immediate future, though her presence will change the timeline. Since she knows nothing about us and herself, perhaps you should introduce yourself, suggested Nosdormu. Never did I thought I would have to introduce myself to a dragon that does not know me. I am Alexstrasza, leader of the Red Dragonflight, Queen of Dragons and Guardian of all life on Azeroth. Me and my siblings were tasked by the Titans to protect this world from all evil, and we have been doing so for more than 15,000 years. She introduced herself, spreading her wings wide. As you've heard, I am Nosdormu. I lead the Bronze Dragonflight through the sands of time and have been tasked to protect the true timeline of this world. I already know you because I saw this outcome many times before and never once did it went badly. Or at least not too bad. Nosdormu said with a small smile. I am Kaligos, guardian of all magics on Azeroth. I took the place of my father, the Aspect Malygos, when he turned to madness. Introduced himself the Blue Dragon. And I am Marithra, daughter of Ysera. My role is to secure and protect the Emerald Dream and care for the nature of Azeroth. Finally finished the Green Dragon. They all looked at Harry, who figured that it was her turn to introduce herself. And she was deathly afraid to mess up, being in front of what seemed to be dragon royalty or maybe even gods. She couldn't see any other reason for them to be able to live for so long. Most of what they said looked to be about being protectors of aspects of the world and universe, as if they were physical manifestations of the powers they had, then they had to be gods. Harry knew of no wizards or anyone else for that matter capable of actively influence time if you accept the Time Turner, a powerful artifact that still had strong limitations. And a being charged with holding all the magic in the world. That was pure insanity. But she couldn't let her shock stop her, not now. Nice to meet you all, your majesties. My name is Harry Potter. I'm 24 years old and I have no idea of what I'm doing here or why I was made prisoner. Harry explained briefly, raising up her head. There is no need to address us like this, young Harry. Would I be wrong to assume that you grew around humans? Asked Alexstrasza. I know, you're perfectly right, she replied, surprised by how she had guessed that. It explains your name then. Please forgive us for how we brought you here, but the situation demanded it. We received a letter from Stormwind City warning us of your presence in Elwyn Forest. We simply had to make sure you were not here for nefarious reasons. Before we go any further, we should explain young Harry the reason of her presence here, said Nosdormu. Yes please, I would appreciate that a lot. Agreed Harry. Very well. Does the name Deathwing tells you anything? Asked Alexstrasza, instantly a bit more morose. No, sorry. Don't be, for it might have been better for you to never learn the truth. Deathwing, or Neltharion, was our brother and the leader of the Black Dragonflight, which you are part of. 10,000 years ago, our world was invaded by the Burning Legion, a crusade of demons led by the fallen Titan Sargeras. Us along with the mortal races tried to fight back. But our efforts to defend our world proved to be insufficient. We were being pushed back and slowly losing the war. It was then that Neltharion suggested to create a weapon combining the power of the 5 aspects. A weapon strong enough to turn the tide of war in our favor. Let me guess, he got mad with power. Hazarded Harry, having a feel of where this was going. No, for he was already mad. The old gods, creatures of the void imprisoned in Azeroth itself, corrupted him for millennia, whispering through his connection with the earth. When the weapon was forged, we called it the Dragon Soul. And trusted Neltharion to use it against the Legion. It worked at first, the ranks of demons were obliterated in seconds by its power. It seemed the chance to win was finally back in our hands. But then came the greatest treachery of our race. You must understand, young Harry, that we were as close to brothers and sisters. Neltharion's betrayal was even more painful, that we didn't realize what was happening to him. Said Nosdormu with a gaze full of regret. He turned the Dragon Soul on our allies and then on us. In seconds, hundreds if not thousands died under the fury of Neltharion, now named Deathwing, as the madness of the old gods took over his mind. We tried to stop him, but it only caused more death on our side. It was a hopeless battle until Deathwing realized that the power of the Dragon Soul was too much to control and was melting his body, incapable of holding all its power. Forced to retreat, Deathage to win the war against the Legion. Yet the dead of that day still haunts us deeply. Finished Alexstrasza with a veil of deep sadness over her eyes. That was actually insane, a myth like the ones in ancient civilizations. Yet Harry just heard the story from someone that was actually there. And she couldn't come up with anything but a few words. I'm sorry, she spoke. Alexstrasza looked at her with an intense amount of care, surprising Harry that didn't expected such a response. You don't have anything to apologize for, but it is accepted nonetheless. I won't tell you all of Deathwing's history, but he was vanquished a few years ago when he came back, shattering the world and threatening all life with a cataclysm unlike anything in this world. We had to relinquish our immortal powers to do so, but it was a necessary sacrifice. So, this Deathwing was a bad guy. Attacked the world and you killed him. What does he have to do with me? Wondered Harry. When Deathwing fell to the corruption of the old gods, his entire flight fell with him. Most of them are dead today, under our claws and the swords of mortals in our fight against Deathwing. Only 2 were known to have survived and remained uncorrupted from the old gods till this day. With you though, it is one more black that lives free of the corruption. Harry was slowly processing all of this, coming to understand that she was attacked not because she was a dragon but because she was of the flight, as the most corrupted dragon in existence. But the answers she got only gave her more questions. If there are 2 other members of the Black Dragonflight, how come they are not here? She asked. Rathan is a drake born during the cataclysm. he chose to act independently of us, fixed on finding redemption for the Black Dragonflight. Ebician is an older black dragon that lives on High Mountain on the Broken Isles. He has no affiliation with us and never expressed any wish to take on the mantle of leader of the Black Dragonflight," answered Alexstrasza. As the Queen of Dragons spoke, Harry realized something that filled her with dread, no, more than that, with a pure feeling of terror. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, trying to find the right words without success. Lee afraid of the realization she just made. "These two, they are males, right?" she asked with a barely audible voice. "Yes, and you are the last female member of the Black Dragonflight known today," said the Queen, who already understood where Harry was going, giving Harry a beaming smile. But her reaction wasn't anything like the dragons around her had expected. At least all save Nosdormu, who kept a perfect poker face. "No. Just no. I won't, it's no," she yelled, looking at them frantically, taking a step backward, already picturing a dark and gloom future. "Calm down, child, you will not be forced to mate," assured Nosdormu. "Don't say it like that. I'm never going to do that." This was by far the craziest, maybe worst situation she had ever found herself in. She had faced death when fighting Voldemort and actually died for a time, but the reality she was in felt 100 times worse. "What's the matter, child? Don't you know what honor and pride it is to be the broodmother of your flight?" asked Alexstrasza, surprised. "No, and I will never be one," screamed Harry, horrified. "Perhaps this is a subject best left for later. There will be other occasions to delve more into on your future place in the Black Dragonflight, and we can teach you what we know about your flight if you wish so. For now, maybe you would prefer some time alone to reflect on these new information," suggested Caligos. That seemed to the best thing Harry had heard in the last 24 hours. A brief break would definitely allow her to put some order in her thoughts and deal with all she had learned. "Please," she quickly accepted. "Very well. Azurgos, would you mind showing young Harry where she could enjoy some peaceful rest?" asked Alexstrasza. "Of course, my queen," replied the blue dragon. Azurgos stepped to the right and Harry was about to follow him, still worried about her being the last female of the Black Dragonflight, when Nosdormu stopped them. "May I have a few moments with young Harry?" he asked. "Of course, Lord Nosdormu. Follow me," the bronze leader said, looking at Harry. He jumped in the air and she quickly followed, but stopped again at the sight. She didn't got the opportunity until now to see where they took her, but she certainly didn't expect it to be at the top of a massive tower in the middle of a frozen land. She remembered well her lessons about a apparition and knew that the limit depended on the magic level of the wizard, but it seemed that they had moved from one continent to another. A massive field of snow, littered with impressive bones, mountains peaking on the horizon, along with what looked like a massive building aiming at the sky with two massive spires, appeared before her. A few bits of forest were visible at a few places, and there were also several big holes in the frozen tundra, one having an excessively large tree with ruby leaves. It was by far one of the most impressive sight Harry ever saw, all thanks to standing up a solid 100-meter high or more in the air. "Do not get lost, child," said Nosdormu as he passed before her. Frowning at the word, she stopped daydreaming and flew after him to a lower floor of the tower, entering a smaller room that was still big enough for both of them. The bigger bronze dragon sat on his haunches and looked down at her, keeping his expression still. "I am not a child, you know," Harry felt forced to add. "Compared to me, that is what you are. A dragon your age is definitely a child, and almost all creatures in this world are children to me, especially the mortal races. I do know, that as a human you are no longer considered an adult though," he replied. She froze at that, trying to keep a poker face but falling miserably, letting her mouth drop for a few seconds before she caught herself. "I don't know what you are talking about," she nervously said. "No need to hide anything from me, Harry Potter. I am the Timeless One, the keeper of the true timeline. I know of many futures. Ones where Deathwing would have won, one where his corruption would have never took place, and I knew many based on your presence in our world. Yes, young Harry, I know exactly who you are," he said calmly. "Then can you send me back?" blurted out Harry, hoping to finally have a way out. "Patience, all will be said in time. First, let me greet you in our world." I know it wasn't easy for you, and that you have been under quite a lot of stress in the last day, so I will try to be clear, but don't be afraid to ask any question. So, you know me. Do you know everything about me? Who I am, my past, my future? Asked Harry. I have knowledge that our worlds are different, but I have never seen your past, only heard echoes of it thanks to your future selves. I know you were the boy who lived, what you had to go through and to sacrifice to end your war against Voldemort. For your futures, I know of many, but there are elements that can interfere and change it, just like this very conversation. Right, so, what did you want to talk about? I wanted to tell you that along with two more things. The first one is that you are not expected to take a part in any upcoming war. You won't have to carry a world on your shoulders again, for this task remains for others. Nosdormu explained. Well, that's already pretty good. She exhaled relieved. The second concerns your old world. I can tell you about it now or never. It is your choice. Old world, she noted darkly, looking down slightly. I guess it means there is no way back. Sadly for you and your friends, no. I will be direct with you about this, child. There is no way back, for no one in Azeroth today knows how to send you back in your world. I am only the Lord of Time, not of dimensions. Harry remained silent for a few seconds, mulling all of this. She had hoped when she woke up in this world that she would be able, that if there was a way to bring her here, then there must be one to send her back. But to be told by WH, at the equivalent of the god of time, was that there is no way back, it hurts a lot more. That's it. I'm just supposed to stay here forever. What am I even supposed to do now? She asked him morosely. Do not fall to despair, child. For many dark forces would only love to feast on your fears and desires to satisfy their own will. I know that this is a challenging situation that you found yourself in. That it seems like everyone you knew was lost. Fear not. They are all in their world and will certainly be saddened by your disappearance, but it is inevitable. Warned Nosdormu. Well, you can expect me to be all smiles when I basically just died. Suddenly exploded Harry, overwhelmed by all of this. I don't even know if I left a body behind. Did I died and reincarnated? Did I crossed world and somehow became a dragon? A female one at that. It will be hard B. Yeah, no kidding. Snorted Harry. You know the future, so is it just you trying to cheer me up or telling me that my life will be even worse? I just lost everything I had, the few friends I made in all of my life. Like if it was nothing. Perhaps, conceded Nosdormu. But does this mean that you cannot give Azeroth a chance? What even is Azeroth? Asked Harry, frustrated. That is a very hard question. It is a titan in slumber, waiting to be mature enough to be born. It is this world, shaped by its inhabitants and history. It is the battlefield of the Horde and the Alliance. It is home of unspeakable horrors and marvelous wonders. Enumerated the Bronze Dragon. Each of these statements are true, but they are not the truth if not taken together. I could go on for eons, but I feel like it would only bore you. To answer your question more sincerely, Azeroth is our home. That is how I and many others see it. No. Zadormu stopped and seemed to wait for an answer, but Harry had none to give. She simply didn't know what to say as she took in all that he had said. True, she hadn't really thought about staying here, even if she was aware that she was stuck to spend the rest of her life here. Perhaps a truly long life, seeing how old all these dragons were. Living here would certainly be an amazing opportunity to explore a brand new world. See things that she knew she couldn't even thought of and live a brand new life, leaving all that she knew and all that she was behind. But she couldn't help but imagine what Hermione, Ron and all her friends would look like as they mourned her. Did her old body remain? Did she burn just like it felt when she caught the orb? She hadn't thought about that until now. What you are supposed to do? You will have to find it yourself. It will come to you soon, but you should take the time to learn more about our world and what it means to be a dragon, what it means to be part of the Black Dragonflight. I can give you this advice: thought. Tell the Queen the unaltered truth. Nosdormu suggested as he stood up. That got Harry out of her thoughts. What? You heard me right. Alexstrasza might be the most suited one to help you. It is simply that neither you nor she knows it yet. Who you tell your story is your choice. I can be the only one to know, or you can share it with whoever you want. Know that sharing with Alexstrasza will help you. Really. I mean, she is a queen. why would she care about helping me? Doubted Harry, not really ready to tell her whole, crazy past. She is the queen of dragons but also the queen of life. She cares for all that lives, even her vilest foes. That is why she had such a hard choice to do when facing Deathwing. She chose to renounce to her most sacred virtue when she realized that it meant little if there was no more life to defend. She will help you not because she might need you but because she simply cares. He explained, leaving the room with Harry following right behind. I hope you're right, she said, half trying to convince herself. Come now, I will show you the Obsidian Sanctum. Jumping in the air, Harry opened her wings and flew down with him, flying around the massive tower until she saw a large path going under it. When they entered, she saw 5 massive portals, guarded by strange-looking dragons. Standing like humans but missing wings and bearing dragon-like features. She glanced at them warily but landed in front of the portal that Nozdormu stopped at. This is the Obsidian Sanctum. Once a place where the members of the Black Dragonflight would come together to exchange private discussions and where their eggs were protected from any invader. Now, it is abandoned, left to the supervision of the guards. You shall be safe here, for no dragon of another flight may come here uninvited. It only happened once and for a vile act that we took no pleasure in, assured Nozdormu as he showed the gateway. So, a very big room, summed up Harry. In a way, it does lack a roof or proper beds, but it never rains, and Neltharion once told me that the lava baths here are the best ones he ever had. Harry just gave him a deadpanned look. You're kidding, right? Not at all, child. Black dragons are known to enjoy lava baths. It apparently helps to shedding and rejuvenate their scales, in addition to be incredibly relaxing. He spoke. Staring at the circling gateway for a few seconds, Harry thought about her options, but the chance to be safe, to be able to relax and think about all that she learned was just too good to pass. Turning toward Nozdormu, she gave him a smile for the first time. Thank you for your help, and for telling me the truth, she said, thankful. It was merely preferable for me to explain everything to you. But you are welcome. If you have questions, child, find Krenormu. I am not often present in this temple, but she knows enough of the future to help you. He replied as he left, opening his wings and flying outside until he was out of view. Turning back to the portal and its guardians, Harry stood there for a couple of seconds before stepping forward, still watching the creatures with wariness as she entered the magical entrance. Chapter 6. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. Really appreciate all the reviews you all write. As I've said in the AN of Chapter 1, I take in account your reviews and do minor changes to the story to improve it. Since most of it is already written, nothing too big changes, but I feel like it matters a lot. There's been a few questions about Harry's magic. It isn't gone, it is different and Harry can't access it yet, but it will come in due time. He wouldn't be Harry Potter without the magic. Just this very chapter that was originally 4,300 words turned into 5,100 thanks to those comments. Please comment, review. Thank you for your patience and good reading. On the other side of the portal was a sight that once again took Harry by surprise. The Obsidian Sanctum was located at the foot of an active volcano spouting lava all around, a large part forming a small river around a large island at the center. 3 elevated platforms stood at the other cardinal points, and she was standing at the south of it, watching with awe and shock the lava slowly moving all around. There was nothing but lava. And hardened lava. Everything else seemed to be an ever-falling rain of ashes, with embers slowly flying in the air and smoke billowing above it all. She did not expect a place really filled with lava, even if Nozdormu just told her that. It had seemed incredulous and impossible. Apparently, it was possible. Extending her wings, she flew to the center of the room, onto the small island where she got a full blast of the heat, which turned out to be no more than a warm candle. Feeling curious and hoping that Nozdormu had been entirely truthful with her, she got closer to the lava and at a snail's pace, dropped a claw in the melting lava. It's warm, she noted as she put more of her foreleg in. She should be burning. She should be suffocating with the ashes. Yet she wasn't. It was all too muse just turned possible. Too many things happening at once. And unlike before where she had her friends to support her, she was completely alone now. Taking out her claw, A few drops of lava dropping on the hot ground, she let herself lie down heavily, letting her lungs exhaling all their charge. How much did she wanted to go back home, to turn back to normal? Be a human once again, was indescribable. Her heart ached so much, pained of how much she had learned. Perhaps she had a place in this new world, but she was not ready to leave the one she grew up in. Where all her friends were probably thinking she was dead. She still had so much more to do, so many things that she, Ron and Hermione swore to do together when they would get the opportunity. And Luna, what happened to her? Was she even all right? Harry had no way to know, and it was killing her. Maybe her lunatic friend got burned by the orb. Could she have landed in this world too? But if she had, Nosdormu would have probably told her already. A few tears started to run on her cheeks without she taking notice of it, too deeply engrossed in her thoughts, rolling down. Until they evaporated on contact with the warm ground. Speaking of Nosdormu, how could she know that he was saying the truth? If he knew the future, he could easily say the things that he deemed necessary to manipulate her. Perhaps he lied about there being no way home. But at the same time, dragons here seemed to be almost godlike, capable of speech and magic, living thousands of years, the opposite of the dragons back on Earth. Now mourning at the thought of never seeing any of her friends ever again, she did not notice the guard exiting the portal. He had stood there waiting for her to take notice, but he couldn't wait too long. Choosing to go down toward the lava pool she was resting in front of. "My lady," he called, raising her head, not even surprised by his appearance nor by the way she was called. She simply elicited to listen to what he had to say. "Queen Alexstrasza requires your consent to enter." Did Nosdormu told her to come? Did he knew how she felt right now? The thought was a little disturbing. But she pushed it aside for now. And did she even wanted to see the queen now? "Tell her to come in, please." Harry finally decided, hoping for some answers. Trying to clean her face. But not doing how to do so because of her draconic morphology, she stood up straight and waited for the queen to arrive. Her large silhouette shimmered in existence until she was completely here. Her eyes instantly locking on the lone black dragon at the center of the room. A simple flap of her wings was enough to let her glide all the way down, landing in front of Harry as a small throw. WN showed on her face upon looking at Harry. "How are you doing, child?" she asked nicely. "I have difficulties still figuring all of this," Harry replied, not wishing to expand her problems to the queen. "Being the lone keeper of the survival of your flight is no easy burden, and perhaps I have been too hasty in seeing you taking it," started Alexstrasza. "I actually haven't thought about it yet," interrupted her Harry a bit darkly. "Oh, then would you mind sharing what troubles you so much? What could elicit worse answer than you screaming in terror at the thought of being a broodmother?" Now was the moment that Nosdormu talked about. But she didn't feel like sharing her story with a stranger, a queen. "Did Nosdormu ask you to come?" she asked instead. "Ah, so my brother is at play." "No, he did not. I have come because I wished to have a few words with you about your role in dragon society and how our acts can shape the world of mortals," replied Alexstrasza with a chuckle. "He told me to tell you my whole story. That I should be truthful with you." Harry opted for the truth. "Then fear not, you do not have to tell me today. I have millennia of existence on my back, I can handle waiting a little more." She gave a reassuring smile. No, I think it might be better to tell you now. It's just, so much happened recently. I lost my friends, my life, my world," said Harry as tears welled up in her eyes again. The thought of losing all those she lived with in her life was once again destroying her. She had lost a lot in the past, but Ron and Hermione had been constants in her life, and now they simply weren't there anymore. Not dead, but simply so out of reach that they might as well be. She did not expect Alexstrasza to move next to her and to lay down, opening a wing and bringing it on her back with a little bit of strength, forcing her to lie down too. Harry shivered at the unexpected and unfamiliar touch, feeling it both foreign and slightly invasive. She tried pushing it back with her own wing, but only managed to put a little bit of distance between the two of them. "I will listen to your tale, child. Know that you can tell me everything, you won't be judged for your thoughts and actions until I hear the very last word," solemnly said the Dragon Queen. And so did Harry started to spill her whole life, starting with the fact that she was not from this world. She went on to explain her own world. What it was like before her birth, the uprising of Voldemort, the sacrifice of her parents and the beginning to her life at the Dursleys. For what felt like was hours she spoke, without restraint. She told everything. Her time at Hogwarts, the friendships she made, the people she met, her adventures with Ron and Hermione, learning magic, fighting monstrous creatures, meeting her godfather Sirius. The Goblet of Fire tournament and its hard challenge to steal from a dragon, which did got a little scowl from Alexstrasza but not a word, just as she said. How it ended up with Voldemort returns. The atrocities that followed in her fight against evil, the many things she had to do to find all the Horcruxes, destroy them, and losing Dumbledore on the way. Her emotions were running high when she arrived at the death of Sirius, the torment she went through after that, and then her fight against Voldemort himself in the ruins of Hogwarts, among the cadavers of monsters, Death Eaters, and many friends. The victory on Voldemort, and how it was both a release and an incredibly painful moment that left her happy to be free but pained due to all the sacrifices it took. Then she went on about her life, her becoming an Auror and finally coming to the present, when Luna called her, found the orb, and was brought here against her will, transformed into a female dragon. And now I'm stuck here. I will never see my friends ever again. They probably think that I died touching that damned orb. I just don't know what to do. She finished as she banished a little tear. During her long monologue, Alexstrasza had remained perfectly silent, only bringing the younger, distressed dragon closer to her when the tough moments started and tightening the hold when it became harder again. More than once did she gave her the time to gather herself, to let herself cry the few tears that she had from all those years and from knowing that it was now lost to her. After a couple more minutes where Harry took a few deep breaths to calm herself, the Queen answered. Rarely have I ever heard such a tale, young Harry, and yet I have lived for millennia and met peoples whose lives were ruined beyond repair. I have seen many horrors, took part in some, and was part of some of the worst moments of our history. But where I had so long to put an end to them and to recover. You merely got a decade to deal with so much, she said with a profound expression in her eyes. Sniffling, Harry looked up to the red dragoness, drinking her words. Thank you for telling me your story, Harry. I now understand why you were reticent to tell me the truth, and I can promise you that your secret will be safe with me. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Asked the Dragon Queen. A few thoughts ran through Harry's mind, clearer now that she had someone to talk to that knew the situation she was in. I asked Nosdormu about what I should do now, but he only told me that you could help me find my Purposhat I should do. Decided Harry. I can help you by telling you that you're asking yourself the wrong question. Replied Alexstrasza. Excuse me, it's not about what you should do. Stop worrying yourself for a moment about what you should do and think about what you want to do, if there's anything that you'd like. Your whole life seems to have been directed by necessity of survival. To live up to the expectations of your world, perhaps it would do you well to follow what you desire, she suggested. Thinking about it, Harry was about to object her word to say that she had followed her desires before but stopped when she realized how true the Dragon Queen was. Was there a moment in life where she did something for herself, without being forced or influenced by anyone or anything? Not that she could remember. Maybe when she, Ron and Hermione were in first year and investigated the Mirror of Erised, that was motivated by their own curiosity. For what had been almost her entire life, she had been living for others or living in their consequences. Voldemort was the origin of most of this, but he wasn't the only responsible. Dumbledore perhaps had good intent ons when putting her with the Dursley, but he clearly never really cared that much if the childhood she had was of any proof. He did started to influence Harry's life when she arrived in Hogwarts and G. Avenue a few push here and there to make sure she would be ready to fight Voldemort. She was just as thankful for that as she despised it, unknowingly being a tool for so long until she learned enough to see it. I thought I did follow my desires before. It seems I haven't, she finally said, lowering her gaze. Then I believe you have already found a new path to follow. Tell me, what do you want to do? What have you always wanted to try? Pushed Alexstrasza. Some of my wishes are probably to be left for my old world as long as I haven't seen this one. But, now that I am here for long, as a dragon, I'd like to see more of it. From what I've seen, this world has so many differences, so much more diversity compared to mine. I was truly shocked to see so many races gathered together and having a good time without any animosity. It's very refreshing, replied Harry as she thought back about the little she had already seen of this world. I will help you in your future quest. The archives of the temple are open to you anytime. Simply consult Tyrygosa. If you want more information about our world, it might be best to not start too long ago. What shaped the world you see today happened mostly in the last 50 years. Offered Alexstrasza. Thank you very much, both for this and for listening. It feels good to say it out loud. Thanked Harry. You're welcome, child. I believe all is said. But there is one more thing that I would like you to think about when coming to dragons. What is it? She asked, not having a clue of what it could be. I do not mean to appear diminishing, but your name has nothing to do with dragons. And we give a grand importance to our name. I know I'm asking a lot, to banish one of the last ties with your home world, but the sooner it will be done the better. Just like the Queen said, she was asking a lot. Her name was now the only last thing that was from Earth. If you accepted her memories, losing that would mean be someone else. Someone from Azeroth. What's wrong with my name? She asked, reluctant to the idea. It has no links with dragons. I don't want to say that your name must look like those we have, but your name is simply unfitting of a dragon, replied Alexstrasza. Well, she did have a point on that one. Harry had to concede it. Harry the dragon. Just thinking about it showed how unimpressive it was. But that didn't mean that she had to let go of her name. It was the one that her parents chose for her, perhaps one of the only things she still had from them along with her family name. Do I have to? Asked Harry, unsure. It would be for the best, came the reply. Harry tried to think of a good reason to deny, but Alexstrasza's words were true. She didn't know what the names of everyone else looked like, but just those coming from the dragons were both very unique and so different from those she was accustomed with. Just Alexstrasza's name was proof of that. And Harry didn't really wanted anything like it, finding it too long and complicated to her taste. Then can you help me choose? Harry asked. She did not expect to see Alexstrasza freeze at the question, staring at her with pure shock as if she had just said the most impossible thing in the world. Child, are you sure with this? Asked Alexstrasza, now the one slightly unsure. Yes. Why? Is there something wrong? Wondered Harry, slightly concerned. My apologies. I simply forgot that you weren't always a dragon. We usually choose our name the moment we are out of our shell and capable to talk. For one to let another choose a name is judged as an extreme mark of trust and even a bond. A familial one, Alexstrasza answered as she seemed to lose herself in her thoughts, a slight nostalgic look on her face. Well, I don't really know what dragons' names are. Almost all those that I've had are very complicated ones like Azurgos and Deverstraz, replied Harry, doing her best to recall the far too complex names. I understand. And for reference, don't forget to call Deverstraz along with his title of Lord. As for your name, I accept the honor you're giving me. Bowed Alexstrasza, putting Harry in an awkward spot as the Dragon Queen was still towering over her. Please, don't bow to me. It feels weird, and I do trust you. Smiled Harry before frowning, but I certainly won't bother with Deverstraz's title if he keeps acting like that. I truly know how important titles can be, but to me he seems very unbefitting of his. Maybe, but I have assigned him as commander of Wormrest Temple defenses and he takes his role very seriously. I will concede that he can be a bit forceful, but it's all for a good reason. He simply want to make sure that we're all safe. Continued Alexstrasza. Somehow I'm not convinced. I'm sure that if Azurgos hadn't been there he would have killed me and then interrogated my body. Harry replied very seriously. Was he truly that hard on you? Asked Alexstrasza, apparently slightly surprised. Depends if you consider crushing your throat being forceful or not. Bitterly said Harry, now wanting revenge on the Red Dragon. But she had to put these thoughts away for now, it wasn't the time. We were talking about my name. Right, agreed the Queen as she used her wing to bring Harry closer, something that both surprised and put Harry slightly on edge, not used to that. Now for your new name. Females of the Black Dragonflight have names that often ends in ia, such as my niece Onyxia. As you can tell, Their names includes either links to the earth or to sentiments, sadly mostly of hatred and darkness thanks to the old god's corruption. Such examples are Tenebron, Nefarian or Malician. But it doesn't mean much as Rathan chose his name free of their influence. Explained Alexstrasza. So, it doesn't have to be negative. Because I'd like for a name that don't makes people think twice before talking to me. Your name should reflect an aspect of you, one of your qualities rather than your flaws. What about Magicia? Wizzaria, suggested Harry, really struggling to come up with anything satisfiable. Perhaps you should leave this wizarding world behind for now. It did shape you into who you are today, but it means nothing here. Replied Alexstrasza. Can I even do magic? Azurgos brought me here with a portal, so is there any way for me to learn that? Asked Harry, really wishing to regain her magic. It isn't impossible, and you could train with Tyrygosa. She is a very competent mage and part of the Blue Dragonflight. I could see no better teacher even if she does have a bit of a temper. Assured Alexstrasza, releasing a large sigh at the relief of knowing that her magic was not completely lost. Even if it would be annoying to learn using it again, Harry could only imagine what LD was like. She had seen only a couple of examples so far, so it might no say much. But as I was saying, magic shouldn't be the base of your name. You might excel at it, but it isn't who you are. Continued the Dragon Queen. I don't know. It's quite a lot of restrictions for a name. Then think. What defines you? What is your thing? That brought back a few memories and got a snort out of Harry, which did not escape the Dragon Queen perfect hearing. Oh, was it something I said? Well, it's just that back then, my friends often told me that I had a saving people thing. And it is quite true. I've always put myself in when it came to defending others, no matter the consequences for me. Laughed Harry slightly at the fond memories. Will you do the same here? Continued Alexstrasza. Yes, it's not really something that I think about. I always do it, assured Harry, knowing she would end up in trouble just like always because of that trait of her. I think we have a rather important clue to find your new name now. Yes, a name that is synonym of defense, I guess. What about something with shield? Suggested Harry. Based on your tale, no. She replied to Harry's surprise. You are as Mew. A shield to protect others, that you can withstand hits when you are the one targeted. A shield is not enough, you are more than that. May I suggest something? Of course, please do. Instantly accepted Harry, struggling to find a good name. What about Armoria? Offered the Queen. An armor. Well, it is better than a shield, I guess, but it just feels slightly off. I'd prefer something more human. Harry knew she was being a bit difficult, saying that just after she complained of the complexity of finding a name, but she couldn't help it. Her new name, as much as she disliked Javi, to change her already perfectly good name in her opinion, needed to at least be something she would be happy with. Amaria then, suggested Alexstrasza. Amaria. Thinking about it, Harry found hers. Liking the arguments the Queen just gave her. The name rolled in her mouth a few times, easy to remember and different enough from who she used to be. I think I like it. I'm not overjoyed to lose my name, but maybe in time I will answer to Amaria without thinking of it as a replacement. Thank you for your help, Alexstrasza, you've helped me a lot in such a short time. As Amaria said that, she looked up to the red dragon's eyes and was surprised to see a far greater love and care than before, not thinking it was even possible. In all her life, she had rarely seen those sorts of eyes, only and the eyes of Molly Weasley for her children and a few others, but never were they directed at her. You do not know how happy I am to hear you say this, my daughter. Motherly said Alexstrasza. Daughter. Wait, what? Did you just call me daughter? Amaria asked frenetically, panicking at the quick turn this took and starting to push herself out of the massive wing on her back. Well, of course, I told you that naming one other was a familial type of bond, and to see you accept my name means that you are now my daughter. Maybe not by blood, but this doesn't matter to me. Replied Alexstrasza with a smile. I'm not sure about this. I've never been with my parents in the living world, it would be like betraying them. She nervously said. Please, Amaria, why not an aunt? No, scratch that, you're far too different from Petunia to be called an aunt. What about godmother? Quickly suggested the Black Dragoness, trying to get out of the wing embrace that tied her up to the Queen. Please, I beg you, spoke Alexstrasza with such a sad tone, contrasting completely with her earlier happiness. Stopping her squirming, Amaria looked up at her, surprised at this reversal. Why? She simply asked. A big breath that seemed to take all the air in the world filled Alexstrasza's lungs. Her eyes closed for a few seconds as a tear started to run on her cheek. Finally, she exhaled and reopened her eyes to stare into Amaria's. A few years ago, I still had my children. While many red dragons today are still from my brood, none of them were like the ones I took care of as my sons. I still have love for them. But Kalistraz and Veilastraz were my real sons, and they both died in the last decade, one after the other, and both because of the old god's corruption of Neltharion's flight. A couple of years have passed, but I still miss them so much. And make no mistake, I am not trying to replace them with you, for you never will, but I would like to have once again a child that I could call mine. Explained Alexstrasza with tears in her eyes. Amaria had no idea of what to say in answer to such a powerful declaration. She forgot that while she had to go through a lot, many others had their own pains and ghosts. And that Alexstrasza lived for thousands of years alongside her sons and lost both not so long ago. A mother without children and a child without parent, was fate the one to bring them together? I'm sorry, I didn't know for your sons, apologized Amaria. Do not be, for you have nothing to do with their death. I know, it simply was the thing to say, she replied. Maybe. I'm well aware of how much I'm asking you, and that you probably didn't expected that from me, said Alexstrasza. Understatement of the century, snorted Amaria. Just the idea of having a living parent instead of a dead family was already big enough of a change, but having it happen so suddenly was a bit much. In itself, Amaria didn't mind much being a daughter to someone else. She was taking a new name, so a new family wasn't unexpected, but the fact that she would be abandoning James and Lily's memories just didn't felt right. I can give you some time to think about it, offered Alexstrasza with a half-sad half-hopeful smile. That might help, but Amaria didn't felt like delaying this. She would probably spend far too much time focusing on this when she already had so many more problems to take care of. Mother, she said with a lot of difficulty, the word feeling foreign in her mouth. Alexstrasza's eyebrows rose up in surprise, but Amaria didn't give her the time to answer. It might take a while to get used to this. And I don't think I'll call you that every time. I have my old family, sure I never knew them, but I know they loved me deeply. I don't want to forget about them, said Amaria, speaking as much to Alexstrasza as she was doing it for herself. But I don't mind having someone to call mother. A low rumble surprised her, but she recovered when she understood that it was Alexstrasza, crooning at her as she nuzzled her face. Thank you for this incredible gift, my daughter. I swear I won't try to replace your birth parents, but maybe one day you'll love me as much. It's all right, Amaria answered, slightly uncomfortable. They remained there for a little while, Alexstrasza nuzzling her a lot, embarrassing Amaria even more, not used to such an open display of affection. Eventually though, the Dragon Queen relented her assault and released her from her wing. As much as I would like to stay, daughter, I am queen of all dragons and still have many duties to take care of. You are welcome to come find me anytime, at the summit of the temple. Thanks again, for everything, replied Amaria. It was my pleasure. Watching the massive red dragon standing up, Amaria quickly stepped aside in fear of being crushed, which did not escape Alexstrasza, who chuckled at that. Are you afraid that I would step on you? A bit, you're just so much bigger. That got a massive, bellowing laugh from her new mother, who shook her head in delight. Oh, how refreshing it is to be surrounded by a young one. This is not my true size. I would not pass through the temple and the portals otherwise, smiled the queen fondly. What, you're bigger than that? Both me and Nozdormu, as the original aspects of our respective flights, are far bigger than other dragons. You'll soon have the opportunity to see me to my true size, but for now you should just relax a bit more. Take some time for yourself and then come find me, theory to learn, my daughter, said Alexstrasza as she flew toward the portal, passing through it as her body seemed to vanish. Amaria couldn't imagine how big her new mother actually was. They were already bigger than any creature she had ever seen. And this was apparently not much compared to the real deal. But Alexstrasza's words had truth in them, and she felt like some rest might help her digest all that happened in the last hours, from telling her story to becoming the daughter of the Queen of Dragons. That's a new one, chuckled Amaria as she let herself sink till the head in the lava, letting its radiating warmth completely relax her muscles and bringing her to sleep quickly as she rested her head on the side of the lava bath. I've got a couple of comments saying that Harry is completely off, and while I try to make him stick to the original, he is living different experiences and being put in positions he never thought to be in before. That means that divergences will come up and will grow as the story continues. If Harry is the very same from the beginning to the end, then there isn't much point into writing a story about him. Plus it's a fiction, the whole point is to not have something identical to the canon. Chapter 7. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft, all rights belongs to their rightful owners. To the person who commented, just use an OC next time, idiot. I'd say that I already have a tough time writing a story in a language that isn't my native language, and writing romance is a first for me. This story was imagined with Harry Potter as the main character, not with someone coming out of nowhere. Had it been a random wizard, the consequences would have been drastically different. I did thought about it in the very early stages of the story but didn't felt it was the right way. Thanks for reviewing though, always appreciated critical and well-articulated reviews. On another note, I want to thank everyone who reviewed and liked the story, genuinely meaning it this time. It keeps pushing me to improve the story and make it as enjoyable as possible. This story is meant to be quite relaxing. It's a way for me to keep writing, to spend time on the many ideas in my head, and for you to enjoy. Lastly, about my first story, Hogwarts Dragon, I sadly do not plan to update it anytime soon. Perhaps when I will be done with this story, which is almost completely written. Maybe 1 or 2 chapters and perhaps an epilogue, and it will be all ready to publish. Please comment, review. Thank you for your patience and good reading. Amaria did not know how long she slept, but waking up in the lava bath, her body relaxed beyond expectations, was not unwelcome. Stirring slowly, her claws slashing through the boiling liquid, she brought herself up on the hardened black ground and got out. Lava dripping all under her. I can't recall how long ago I felt like this, she whispered as she opened her wings to their full extent, waking up her body. Looking at the portal leading out of the sanctum, she remembered Alexstrasza's words to come see her. She indeed still had questions for her, and probably many things to learn. Amaria, she said, recalling her new aim and the conclusions she had come to thanks to Alexstrasza and Nosdormu's help. Taking a deep breath, she silently started to accept the fact that it was over. Harry Potter was no more. He was not dead in any way, but presumed dead back in her home world. In his place was now Amaria, adoptive daughter of the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. It would probably take more time for the implications of this to truly sink in. But she understood the necessity to let go. Never would she forget about her friends, the adventures and hardships they went through at Hogwarts, but it was now a part of her past that she sadly had to let go. Flapping her wings quickly, she rose in the air and flew through the ashes, permanently falling from the sky to the portal, landing in front of it before passing in the swirl of magical energies. "Good morning, Lady Amaria," said a duo of voices on each of her sides. She had barely exited the portal and didn't expected the 2 guards. Good morning to you too," she replied. "The Queen have told us about your new name and place. It is an honor for us to serve once more the Black Dragonflight," said the guard on her left. "She is expecting you at the top of the temple, whenever you're ready," added the other on her right. "Thank you, I guess." She muttered the last part, slightly creeped out by these guards that looked almost identical, even their voice was the same. They didn't look like the twins Fred and George that she was used to, but they simply looked alike so much that it was disturbing. Taking flight again, she left the room with the portals leading to the sanctums of each flights, ascending the massive tower that was the temple and enjoying the contrast of the cold in this frozen wasteland compared to the volcano she slept in. All around her, dragons of all 4 other flights were flying around, enjoying the sky like her, or minding their own business, entering and leaving various floors of the temple. It was painfully obvious that she was the only black dragon in the sky though, and no other dragon tried to get close to her. In fact, they may have been trying to avoid her. Reaching the summit, She slowed down and landed on the SM. All extension where dragons were supposed to land, passing by a rather large bronze dragon that kept an eye on her for a second before resuming his watch over the Arctic land. She had expected to see Alexstrasza here, but to her surprise there was only a couple of people, not dragons but people. Not having a clue about how they got here, she stood there for a few seconds until a woman wearing red clothes and an armor of gold revealing a lot, such as her stomach and the upper part of her chest with an armored bra covering her breasts, waved her to come closer, a large smile on her face. Not sure about this, Amaria walked toward the woman, and she noticed how different she was to a human. First and most obvious were the two large horns on her head, covered with golden bracelets, and her unique red eyes that looked slightly like the ones of a dragon, her long pointy ears and slightly tanned skin. She had no idea of what she was, but she was an unreal beauty. "Ah, Amaria, I see that you've woke up," greeted her the woman. "Yes, but I'm very sorry, do I know you?" awkwardly asked Amaria. "Why, of course. Don't you recognize your new mother?" smiled the woman. "Mother, Alexstrasza," she shrieked, her head snapping back in surprise. "Happy to see you at least recognize me. Be you, but how? Why are you a human? Or whatever it is called. Have I not told you? We dragons can take a mortal face whenever we like. It makes it far easier to communicate with them and to fit smaller spaces. And I am currently looking like a high elf," chuckled Alexstrasza, stepping closer and bringing her hand on Amaria's snout. She couldn't believe it. How could she have not mentioned something that important during their previous conversation? "Wait, are you saying I can turn back into a human? And you didn't told me?" she asked with anger rising. "Calm down, daughter, it isn't as simple. While we can somewhat choose our appearance, it is most of the time based on who we are, our personality and a representation of our traits. Your appearance will most likely be human, just like many members of the Black Dragonflight before you, but it isn't certain. You may also not look like you were before," warned Alexstrasza more seriously. Taking a breath to calm herself down, she let her anger vanish quickly as she realized she had been a bit too hasty. "Can you show me how to do it?" she asked. "Of course. It is quite simple, almost instinctive for us, so I expect no less from you. Focus on your magic, your essence, and will it to change to your mortal form. It might take a little focus at first, but you will soon be able to change on a mere whim," explained the queen. "Right." Closing her eyes for less distressy, same exercise she did many times in the past when learning new magics. Focusing on her magical core wasn't new, but it had changed and was now far wilder, like a flame that could turn into a brazier or be smoothed like a candle. Reaching for it, she engulfed it and let it appease itself before she pushed the will to be human once more. "As I said, I expected no less of my daughter. Would you like a mirror?" she asked. "Yes, please," instantly replied Amaria. She was shocked at the sound of her voice. Far nicer and human than before. A look at her hands confirmed that she had human hands, which was a big plus, but sadly her luck had stopped there, for her hands were the ones of a woman. Her gaze was torn away by the mirror that appeared in front of her, and the woman that was reflected. Just like her previous human body, her hairs remained perfectly black apart from being perfectly smooth and reaching her shoulders. Her face was beautiful, maybe just a tad more than what a human should be, a small perfection that was almost like a vela and that would force heads to turn around. The forest green eyes of her birth mother had returned with the transformation, and she took a small comfort in knowing that she still had this gift from her. Looking down, she blushed, head in front of the feminine body that was now hers. The clothes she wore were thankfully not revealing like Alexstrasza's, consisting of a long black dress that reached her feet, stopped at her wrist, and held in the middle with a bright red belt. The buckle of the belt brought back some memories, shaped in the symbol of the three hallows, one triangle with a circle inside and cut vertically by a straight line. Even if the dress hid almost everything, it was impossible to hide the two bumps on her chest that were perfectly normal, without being in the way or too big. Her dress had a pattern of long red lines going down vertically, breaking the deep black of the dress and highlighting her shape. Compared to Alexstrasza, she wasn't on the same level. Where she was like a naturally beautiful model, Alexstrasza looked like a goddess, and the fact that she was comparing made her feel slightly diminished, one more step away from who she used to be. Even if some parts such as her eyes reminded her of where she came from. A beautiful emerald green that seemed to shine slightly. Is it me?" she asked, not fully believing what was happening, seeing herself as someone else being very disturbing. "Yes, my daughter," confirmed Alexstrasza. She felt herself admiring her reflection, looking at her new face and silhouette for a few seconds until the shock and novelty started to wear off. And she felt a weird sensation all over her body. Like if something annoying was crawling under her skin, as if she was constrained. "Is it normal to feel weird?" she asked, worried to have done something wrong. While it is a secondary shape for us, mortal disguises are exactly that. Disguises. It will wear off after some time, but it is a constant reminder that it isn't our true form, that we are dragons before anything else. "I'm sorry if you were expecting to see yourself differently, but it is not the reality," explained her mother with a tinge of sadness. "Well, I certainly was not expecting anything like this. But seeing the world from a human point of view again feels good. And it explains why there are small doors in this giant temple," laughed Amaria, still examining her reflection. "Stop staring at yourself. It is not why you came here after all." This stopped her to look any further, and she turned toward Alexstrasza, a resolute expression on her face. "I would like to learn more about this world. What it means to be a dragon. I want to get my magic back. I want to be ready to go explore at my will and know in what I'm about to step in. As many said before, knowledge is power. We shall train you, teach you, and when you will be ready you will have the choice to do whatever you want. It is your life after all," supported the Dragon Queen. "So where do we start?" asked Amaria as her mother smiled softly. "More," roared Alexstrasza. Both her and Amaria had been flying for hours, the first one demonstrating and the second one learning. They had started on movements, the air currents and how to land, but it quickly became clear that Amaria already had all the bases on flying and that she needed no more teaching, only practice. They then switched to dragon breaths and had been at it for a while now. Finding out how to breathe fire took her longer than expected, but when she did, Amaria got the shock of her life when boiling flames rushed out of her mouth in the air. The heat had been far greater than she expected, and it kept her shocked even when she was over, realizing that the heat had meant nothing to her. Alexstrasza then proceeded to force her to use her breath in repetitive exercises, forcing her to hold on longer or with more strength. She only cared about how strong she could go. Her breath was starting to die down after a whole 15 seconds. To continuously spew fire in front of her. She felt like her lungs were starting to die of suffocation, but still tried to push more under her mother's encouragements. "That's enough," came the salutary response from Alexstrasza. Stopping her breath, she took a large gulp of air and almost choked on how quickly she gasped, trying to refill her lungs as quickly as possible. "You have done well, daughter. Keep practicing your breaths and you will never have to fight on the ground again. Raining fire on your foes is far less dangerous than taking the risk of putting yourself at sword length to fight with your teeth and claws." "I didn't know breathing was so hard," she said between two breaths. "It is key for us dragons. Always know when you can punish your enemies or retain your breath for another opportunity," added Alexstrasza. Letting herself glide down, Amaria landed on the snow at the foot of the temple, letting her claws enjoy the cold as her mother landed in front of her. Seeing her towering over her, maybe being twice her size, reminded her of something that she had learned yesterday. "Could you show me how tall you really are?" she asked. "If you wish." She watched Alexstrasza close her eyes for a few seconds, and suddenly her body started to grow, taller and larger at a quick growth. Amazed, Amaria saw her growing increasingly until she finally stopped, opening her eyes again and looking down even more on her. She could hardly believe it, yet the proof was before her. Alexstrasza was now 3 or 4 times bigger than she was, dominating her easily and taking up far more space than the temple could contain. "Does this satisfy you?" she asked. "Is this your true size? You're not going easy on me, right?" replied Amaria, hoping for a positive answer, afraid of the negative one. "Your eyes are not deceiving you. I am as big as I ever was." She chuckled, having her fun to Amaria's expenses. Taking to the air, Amaria flew upward until she was eye level with her mother. Slightly wary of her massive size, she could not imagine a being this tall back in her world, it would be completely inconceivable, both in the Muggle and the wizarding world. The basilisk, under Hogwarts, had been big and deadly, but compared to Alexstrasza it was a mere threat where the Dragon Queen was danger. "Will I be able to reach you one day?" she asked, curious. "No, my daughter, I will forever be taller than you, for I am an original aspect, directly empowered by the Titans. It is fortunate for me, I will never have to raise my head to look at you." Not a big deal. Could we take a break? My wings are starting to feel a little sore. Of course. Let's go to the second floor, I believe Tyrygosa is waiting for us. Taking the lead, Amaria soared through the air quickly, adding a few memories about her first time playing Quidditch at high speed. It took less than half a minute for her to land on the second floor and got to see Alexstrasza's large shadow transform into her mortal form. Focusing on her magic, she managed to change into a human on her first try. The air wasn't that good of an idea, falling forward and barely catching herself before her face could meet the floor. Alexstrasza chuckled at that before giving her a hand and pulling Amaria up, starting to lead the way. "I believe your past magic trainings will be helpful in your future. There are no wizards on Azeroth. At least not in the way you see it. Instead, we have mages, warlocks, priests, druids, shamans, all of them call upon different energies to serve different purposes, but they all use a sort of magic. It is most likely that you will be a powerful mage, but we must see if your past abilities can still be used and if they were affected by your transformation," explained Alexstrasza as she led her toward a large blue door. "Well, it sorts of sounds better, even if a mage sounds like a magician, which is pretty lame. But as long as I can use magic again, I think I'll manage," Amaria said as the door opened. Inside was a small library, with shelves filled with books, some of which looking like they were millennia old. A highly likely possibility. In front of all those shelves was a small desk where a stunningly beautiful high elf was waiting, a book in hand and a large magical staff resting beside her. Her blonde hair, pale skin, perfect visage, and high-quality golden blue clo. These seemed to put her higher than others, reminding Amaria a bit of a boy she used to know. "Amaria, I would like to introduce you to Tyrygosa, member of the Blue Dragonflight and your archivist," introduced them Alexstrasza. "Nice to meet you," greeted the Blue Dragoness expressionlessly, not even looking up from her book. "Did you just said that she was my archivist?" asked Amaria, who noticed this little detail. "Indeed, we do not need an archivist, for Theses' archives are quite lacking, we almost never use them. However, they will be perfect for you to learn our history." "If you say so," she agreed a bit reluctantly, a bit ashamed to force one person to help her find books. "I picked you those 3, they should be a good start," indicated Tyrygosa, pointing at 3 large tomes placed at the corner of the desk. If she had not spent hours looking through books in Hogwarts library, she might have had a shock seeing how thick these books were. But they didn't scared her, it was a necessity if she wanted to go through this world safely and without accidentally insulting someone's beliefs or traditions or declaring a war or whatever problem she might create. "Thank you very much," she said, approaching the books, taking them with great care as she moved toward a small table, placing them on it before pulling a chair. "One last thing, my daughter. I have thought of a schedule of sort for your teachings. Divided into 4 categories," said Alexstrasza just as she was about to open the first book. "This might bring back some memories," she said, looking up at the Dragon Queen. "Why, you will spend some time with Azurgos, leaning to control your draconic abilities and dragon traditions. Then Tyrygosa will be your magic teacher, herself being an exceptionally talented mage will only help you improve faster. Lastly, the rest of your time will be directed toward self-studies, either here with books or outside by questioning other dragons and mortals on the world." "That's only 3. You said that there would be 4 divisions," she instantly noted. "The 4th part is for me to answer your questions, exchange on your past and your future. I may not be available all day long. It's my duties, but like this we will have some time together," Alexstrasza explained with a smile. Thinking about it for a second was enough to convince her. She had no intention to take more time from the Queen. She couldn't monopolize her for herself, and it soothed her a bit as she welcomed the time alone in her studies. "All right, it's fine with me," she replied. "Perfect. Then I will see you later, my daughter." Come find me if you have any urgency, I will find the time if necessary. With that said, Alexstrasza turned away and left, leaving Amaria and Tyrygosa alone in the library. She glanced a bit toward the blue dragon but stopped when she noticed that she was too engrossed in her book, plus she did not appear to be the very talkative type. Letting out a small sigh, she opened the first book ready to dive in. Named, The Three Great Wars, The Horde and the Alliance. Chapter 8. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft, all rights belongs to their rightful owners. So a bit of a heavier chapter that is one part of two to show Harry, Amaria learn and see what being a dragon of the Black Dragonflight means. These two chapter also serves as a jump-in time to get a couple of perspectives of how Amaria is evolving and adapting in Wyrmrest Temple. I got an interesting idea the very night after I posted the previous chapter. It will only affect the end of the story, so you won't see it anytime soon, but I hope it will insert itself well in what I wrote. I already started to rewrite a couple of chapters just for that. As always, thanks a lot for the reviews. Thank you for your patience and good reading. It had been a couple of weeks since Amaria arrived in Azeroth, with most of her time spent learning about this new world between the many books of the temple and the company of the other dragons, at least those willing to enlighten her. Because this was a problem that hadn't been obvious at first, but after a couple of interactions with other dragons, especially red and blue ones, she understood that there was a deep hatred for her from all other dragons. This came as a bit of a shock since pretty much everyone here had been most kind and helpful like Alexstrasza. Azurgos are Chromie, a bronze dragon with a very cheery attitude, with the exceptions of Tyrygosa that always looked bored even when they were learning about magic, and Lord D. Everstraz that had been horrible since day one. Amaria did a little research to find what was the cause of that hatred, and it wasn't until she read something about Deathwing that she remembered the actions of the aspect of death and how it impacted the rest of Dragonkind. Learning that she wasn't hated for who she was but being held accountable of the actions of another that died years ago hadn't sat well with her. Recalling too many memories of how she had been treated by Snape in her early years. Mulling over the issue hadn't helped much, and when she talked about it with a few of the furry NDLIER dragons, they all tried to avoid the subject, obviously not proud of their peers' behavior but also not completely rejecting their point of view. It came down to a talk with Alexstrasza, one day. She knew the queen wouldn't appreciate, but Amaria knew it was necessary if she wanted to keep living here. She wouldn't let anyone walk over her anymore. She was done with that part of her life. So it's after a full day of studies, both theoretical with her books and Azurgos, talks about dragons' history, and practical with Tyrygosa's training at spellcasting, where the blue dragoness kept admony shing her for being a terrible student while providing actual advice, very much unlike Snape, that Amaria flew below the temple for her time with her mother. The Dragon Queen was spending most of her time atop or around the temple, but when it came to her private time, or if she simply wished to rest, then she could always be found in the Ruby Sanctum. Every day, she managed to get around an hour or so to speak with Alexstrasza, talking about what she had learned and perfecting her knowledge thanks to the Dragon Queen being part of many of these events in one way or another. Their interactions were still a bit stiff, at least coming from Amaria. Alexstrasza insisted on being called Mother at all times, and even if Amaria only wished to accommodate her, she still had a very hard time actually oming with the word, as it was simply a part of a concept completely foreign to her. Being part of a family, a real one, she only experienced it very briefly with Sirius. And it was hard to think of the massive red dragon as her mother when she still thought of herself a whole different problem, learning to think of herself no longer as a human but as a dragon, yet it wasn't as hard as to learn to identify an answer to being called a female. Not that she had any problem with women, but the sudden transition from human male to dragon female was just too much to deal in one go. It had been days and she was still coping with it, telling herself that it was the new her and that there was nothing that could change that. It was hard, it was a bit maddening and frustrating, but she would overcome just as she had overcome all the things life had thrown at her before. Back to Alexstrasza. Amaria found herself looking forward to their time together, where most of her unanswered questions would be satisfied, where she could compare her previous world with this one and exchange on their differences. Alexstrasza was also a great support that helped her with unconditional care in her difficult moments. It would still take time to get used to her new mother-daughter relationship, but from the show of limitlessness, kindness and love that she never got to experience before, she felt like it wouldn't take long to melt into it. She did miss a lot her friends, thought about what happened to them and how they must have felt at her disappearance, but with Alexstrasza's help, she managed to slowl. Why get over it and turned her worries into certitude, an unbreakable faith that they were doing all right and moved on just like she did. Amaria also learned a lot about dragons, let it be their customs, their role and their place. Azurgos and Alexstrasza showed her how to hunt, and she had to get over the fact that they were most of the time catching their prey alive and eating them right after, eating that she had seen many times with magical creatures, but doing it herself was completely different. It took a lot of coaxing for her to accept and go on her first hunt, going after large woolly mammoths. The task and the idea had disgusted her at first, the concept of eating something alive not sitting well with her, but when she caught a small mammoth and took it away from its herd, she had no choice but to eat it. Blood gushing into her mouth and soon followed by the flesh. The experience had at first left her slightly shocked, but when she was taken out to hunt once a week she realized that it would be something she would do the rest of her life, and tried to get past her disgust, aware that it would be pointless to deny it any longer. About dragons' customs, Alexstrasza never stopped to repeat that even if she said that mortals should be left to thrive alone, the dragon flights were only supposed to intervene when the very existence of the world was threatened. This was the case right now. As explained by many mortals that passed through the temple and coming back from the outside world, as a new war had started between the Alliance and the Horde, it was still in its early stages, but the future looked quite grim according to the Queen. Arriving underneath the temple, Amaria turned toward the red portal along with its two guardians, landing in front of it as she waited for the authorization to go in. Even if Alexstrasza had said that she was always welcome here, it wasn't the same with the rest of her flight that considered her presence as an affront of the worst kind. And they all made it clear with plenty of glares, growls, snarls and evident distaste on their face. "You may go in, the Queen is expecting you," said one of the two guardians, taking her out of her thoughts. "Thank you," she replied before going in. "Alexstrasza," she called as she entered the ruby sanctum. As expected, a few snarls rose from the dragons closest to the portal while several other flew away to put as much distance between them. She understood that the sanctum was where the eggs were preserved, but the thought that the other believed that she would harm unborn babies sickened her to the core as much as it fueled her anger for the red dragonflight. "Not all of them, but not far from it. Over here, daughter," came Alexstrasza's voice from the foot of the massive tree with red leaves dominating the sanctum. Flying over there, she took care of avoiding as many reds as possible until she landed in front of her new mother, who was standing at her true size. "Good evening, daughter. I trust you are progressing well in your studies," Alexstrasza greeted with a large smile. "Good evening to you too. And yes, that is why I am here," she replied, giving back a smile of her own. "As always. Tell me, what question do you have for me tonight?" "This might be a bit rude of me, but," started Amaria. "Speak freely. There is no question that shall remain unanswered from me," assured Alexstrasza. "I'd like to not be treated by every other dragon like if I was Deathwing," she said, half apologetically, half annoyed. Just as she had expected it, her question instantly turned the atmosphere sour, with Alexstrasza glaring at her slightly, even if Amaria knew it wasn't aimed at her. At least she hoped so. The Dragon Queen looked down on her for a couple of seconds before she sighed loudly, looking at all the dragons around us with a cold look on her face before she turned toward her again. "I had hoped that it wouldn't come to that," she admitted, "and I understand why they're doing that," Amaria quickly added, hoping that she wasn't misinterpreting her. "You told me about Deathwing. I know what he did and why there is such a strong distaste of the black dragonflight, and in a way I can understand their pain. I only wish that they do not see him in me. Rest assured, I agree that your demand is justified. The problem is that there isn't much I can do about it," Alexstrasza answered after a little silence. "Why? I don't want you to order them to stop, just to tell them to treat me like every other dragon. I will have the word spread to not bother you anymore, make sure of that. But everyone is entitled to dislike anyone. I can't force them to like you or interact with you as long as it doesn't harm our community," replied Alexstrasza. "That's all I ask." Amaria accepted. In truth, she had known before coming that she wouldn't get much more than that, but she still had hope for a little more. Alexstrasza was a queen and had many subjects. She wouldn't ask for favor treatment, nor did she wanted the other dragons to think she had. "Good. Is there anything else that you wish to talk about? We still have plenty of time before us," offered Alexstrasza with a kinder face. Maybe. This morning Azergos told me that all dragons were buried in the same place if possible. We were slightly out of time and it felt like he wasn't very comfortable with this sub-ECT, but is there some kind of massive graveyard that holds all dragons' remains? She asked. That is slightly wrong, but you would have been corrected shortly by any dragon had you asked the question. While it is true that we share graves, it is unique to each flight. We call them dragon shrines. The one for your flight is the obsidian dragon shrine and mine is the ruby dragon shrine. As for the ones resting there, we do try to bring the body of any dragon who perish back to their dragon shrine, but sometimes it can't be done," explained Alexstrasza. "Like Deathwing, I guess. Not in the way you think. There is almost nothing left of Deathwing's body, but even now I would only love to reunite him back with his children and mates. The only reason we are not doing so is because his remains, as well as those of all dragons infected by the old god's madness for too long, are simply filled with so much corruption that it would desecrate the shrine," she answered with sadness coloring her words as her eyes took a nostalgic look. Amaria remained silent at that, thinking over it. She had already read quite a bit about the old gods since they had been there before the Titans, the ones who empowered Alexstrasza and the other aspects. And the least she could say about them was that they were monstrous beings. Not only their forms, which were coming from nightmares, but the power they held and how they influenced the world in AOS and war, filled with many more horrors that even today, thousands of years after their defeat, still shaped the world. And to think that one of them had been powerful enough to corrupt a dragon as big and strong as Neltharion to turn him into Deathwing told a lot about their powers. But they had thankfully almost all been defeated again in the last couple of years, reducing their presence to mere whispers, which was already a big problem in itself. She didn't really know what to think about them, because for Amaria such creatures deserved their title of gods. The amount of power they had, and she dearly hoped she would never have to face one. But knowing her luck, she wasn't so sure about that. Thinking back to the dragon shrines, a sense of curiosity mixed with a need for knowing pushed her to think about it even more. She wasn't expecting answers from old bones, but perhaps seeing in a more concrete way the past of her flight and those who made it would help her moving on a little bit. "Right. Would it be possible for me to visit the obsidian dragon shrine?" Amaria asked. "Of course, it is your right to access it whenever you wish. I will have me one escorting you there tomorrow morning," replied the massive red dragoness. "Thank you, Alexstrasza." "Mother. I already told you to call me mother," sternly replied Alexstrasza. "Sorry. I really don't mind calling you that. It's just a bit hard for me to get used to the idea," apologized Amaria a bit sheepishly. Alexstrasza only replied by a big sigh, but it wasn't one of annoyance, one of acceptance. "I know, daughter. I will try to be patient," she reassured her. "Thanks." They settled down next to each other for a little while, relaxing for a handful of minutes before she took her leave. Let's just say that the permanent snarls and glares from all the other red dragons in the sanctum made it clear she wasn't welcome, and she didn't want it to indulge more than necessary, which would probably make the dragons hate her even more. The next morning came quickly, and just as Alexstrasza told her, one red dragon was waiting for Amaria atop the temple. This one was smaller than Lord Deverstraz but didn't look any less fierce. The biggest change compared to the other red was that this one wasn't openly glaring at her. "Good morning," greeted Amaria as she landed next to the dragon. "Good morning. I am Kandrastraz. Pleased to meet you," he replied kindly yet stiffly. She didn't reply on that but noted it for later with a bit of annoyance, already knowing why he was acting like this. "And I'm Amaria. So, where do we need to go?" asked Amaria. "It isn't far. Follow me," Kandrastraz said as he took to the air. Opening her wings, Amaria fell in line behind him as they headed north, flying above the frozen tundra. She only realized it now, but in all the time she had been here she had never left the surroundings of the temple, only flying around for her exercises as she had spent the rest of her time inside. With a bit of excitement, she started looking around more than before as she did her best to maintain her flight just like she was being taught to, but didn't really had the time to see much before they arrived. Like Kandrastras said, it really wasn't far, barely 10 minutes of flight away from the temple. The obsidian dragon shrine was quite impressive from the outside. A half-burned, half-destroyed road leading down toward a mountain and going deep inside through the open maw of a dragon carved in the rock. The road itself was surrounded by lava and burned trees, and she could feel the air getting warmer as they got closer to the ground. Kandrastras stopped right in front of the maw where a large number of draconids, the same humanoids dragons that guarded the sanctums, stood guard. Amaria landed right behind him as he turned toward her. I cannot go any further for it is a sacred place to your flight. I believe you will find your way back to the temple alone. He asked. Amaria blankly stared at him, hoping it was a joke, yet the way he asked it made it feel like he was seriously doubting her capabilities. The temple was literally visible not even 2 kilometers away. Yes, good. I do not wish to babysit an offspring of Deathwing any longer. Kandrastras said with more harshness than before. Where did that come from? Amaria knew he didn't like her, but did he have to insult her? No, he could just have fly away and leave her alone, but he had to insult her. A deep, boiling rage quickly grew inside her as she felt herself literally becoming warmer. What's your problem? Exploded Amaria. What? He said like he hadn't expected her to reply. I said what's your problem? I haven't done anything to you, so why don't you take your bloody stupid brain out of here? Stop being an ass and leave me freak alone. She bellowed, her voice making the earth around her shake. He seeks to destroy you. Came a voice in Amaria's head. Destroy him instead, show him his place. Huh, what was that? She wondered, briefly stopping her anger as she tried to look for the voice. Yet nothing, only silence in her head. But the silence in her wasn't reflect. Ted outside as Kandrastras narrowed his eyes at her and took a couple of steps toward her, using the slight height advantage he had on her to stare down at her. You ask what is my problem? You, a BL.Act dragon who bring only death and chaos in this world. He snarled. This brought her back to reality and her anger surged forward again, not impressed by his apparent show of power. As I said, I haven't done anything wrong. She replied right in his face. You come here, pretending to not know anything of your origins. You act like Onyxia did with humans, a facade to hide the truth in. Hope to destroy us from the inside. And if it wasn't bad enough, you steal away my mother. He said through gritted teeth. Wait, what? Before she could even answer to that, Kandrastras turned away and took off, flying back toward the temple far faster than she could hope to follow. She watched him leave, a dumbstruck expression on her face. She hadn't expected that her being adopted by Alexstrasza could cause such issue. She even thought that Alexstrasza had no other children, but it made sense that she had. She was several millennia old after all. But to think that a dragon that was maybe more than 10 times as old as her could act so childishly, she couldn't believe it. Had she been wrong? Was it not hatred for her but jealousy that pushed the other members of the Red Dragon Flight to hate her? But no, the other flights, even if it was in a lesser measure, were also looking at her with hatred, and they had no parental bond with Alexstrasza. This powerful if not short talk gave her a lot to think of as she turned toward the draconids guarding the obsidian dragon shrine. It was something that she would need to address with Alexstrasza soon, but it might require a more delicate approach. She didn't. She wanted to extrapolate or misinterpret anything that could make her an even bigger target for the red dragons. Welcome, Lady Amaria, greeted her the draconids. Hi, she replied a bit silently, ill heavily thinking about what just happened. Do you require a guide? Asked one of the guards. No, I think I will just walk around. I need to think, she answered as she walked forward. She spent longer than she thought in the shrine, reflecting on how she could fix her relationship problems with the other dragons as she passed next to the many bones littering the shrine. It was certainly not the place where she would have gone to think about, but the place brought her a sense of calm that helped her relax, thinking clearly and unbiased as she looked at the skeletons of all sizes resting in the shrine. some of them stuck deep in the hardened lava and others still being bathed in the glowing, burning pools spread everywhere in the shrine. What could she do about her place as Alexstrasza's adoptive daughter? She couldn't deny it. Alexstrasza wouldn't let that happen. But it was clear that in the past few weeks, Alexstrasza had given her a lot of attention, perhaps more than some of he. Ea could see how it could make the other red dragons jealous, basically having a stranger coming into their home and stealing all the attention from their mother. At least that's what she thought was happening, but she couldn't be certain as there was also the hatred coming from being of the nefarious flight that influenced them. It was quite a conundrum, but she was certain that there was a way to get past this meaningless hatred and childish jealousy. She just had to find how. Taking her leave from the obsidian dragon shrine, Amaria flew straight back to the temple. It was about 11 a.m. She was supposed to be with Azergos right now, so she went toward his classroom, which was more of a lavish living room with many large cushions made for their massive size. It didn't took long for her to arrive, and she instantly noticed Azergos resting on a pile of cushions, relaxed with a happy smile on his face. "Good morning, Amaria," he greeted her, eyes still closed. "Sorry for being so late, I had a lot to think about." She apologized as she landed in the pile of cushions in front of him. "Then it is time well spent. It gave me the opportunity to have a bit of free time myself. Would you like to share what made you late for our lesson?" he asked, opening his large blue eyes. Amaria pondered on it for a few seconds, thinking about having the opinion of a dragon that wasn't one of the red dragonflight. She certainly trusted Azergos. He was one of the few that didn't held any hatred toward her, and she was relieved to have those lessons with him where he dived into details about the customs and traditions of dragons. "I went to the obsidian dragon shrine," she started, choosing to share her troubles with him. "Oh, you've asked Alexstrasza yesterday. I guess that it was a moment of understanding, if it makes sense," he replied. While he wasn't wrong, it wasn't about what he was thinking about. She hadn't told him, nor anyone else beside Alexstrasza and Tyrygosa for that matter, that she was coming from another world and truly had no real roots to the black dragonflight. Yet she did understood a lot of things by going there. In a way, yes. "May I ask you something about the red dragonflight?" she asked. Why not ask our queen?" Azergos replied, slightly surprised to be asked such a question. "Because I want your opinion. Tell me, do you hate me for being part of Deathwing's flight?" Amaria went for the direct approach. He stared at her silently, deep in thoughts as he looked into her eyes before closing his eyes softly. "I do not hate you, Amaria. I know that you have not been treated fairly, and for that I can only apologize," he said. "Don't. It's not your fault. I'm trying to understand why I'm being hated by so many when it's obvious that I am not Deathwing," assured Amaria. "Yet it troubles you. Even if you indeed have no links with Deathwing, his legacy will forever taint your flight. The red dragonflight's dislike for Deathwing only grew in the last decades. Being the main protectors of Azeroth, our queen's flight suffered most in the last years, not only with the loss of so many prominent members of their flight but also by a truly despicable act Deathwing did when his minions captured her," Azergos explained, quickly growing uncomfortable and angry at the same time. "And that was?" asked Amaria, that hadn't read about that part yet. "To recreate the dying black dragonflight. Deathwing captured Alexstrasza to breed new eggs in Grim Batol. This is the main reason why the Red's anger is so strong today," he said. It stunned her to learn such a thing, to think that Alexstrasza, massive as she was, had been held captive by Deathwing for such a horrible act. Yet even today it was obvious that Alexstrasza still had some love for the one that she had called brother so long ago. She didn't hate him, so why was the rest of her flight hating Amaria so much? "But both you and Alexstrasza showed me kindness. Why are you different from the rest?" she asked. "I wish that we weren't the abnormal ones. I can't speak for our queen, but for me it is a matter of preservation." Malygos was the first aspect of magic and the closest sibling of Neltharion, both of them sharing an unbreakable bond. But when the old gods shattered this bond and Neltharion became Deathwing, Malygos lost more than his flight that day. He also lost his brother, and that sent him into another kind of madness. What I'm trying to say is that I wish to restore the bond that existed between our predecessors. If they managed to be such good friends, then why can't we be too?" Azergos explained. Taking his time, mulling over this silently, Amaria could only offer a small smile when Azergos finished. And I would love that. I still have one question on my mind. I'm listening. Are red dragons considered jealous? She asked. Jealous? He repeated in surprise. I wouldn't say so, no. While they will defend with an ardent favor their lands and peers, they also share the queen's love for all creatures. They might be slightly less tolerant than her, but they will ultimately do the right thing, diving in to save any from danger. This answer cancelled a bit of her hypothesis on the red dragons, but it was obvious judging on Kandrostraz's reaction that there was at least a little bit of jealousy. She couldn't see anything else that could explain his reaction in his own words. Thank you, Azergos. I think I needed that little bit of information. Amaria smiled at the blue dragon. Then, as I said earlier, it was time well spent. Do come find me again if you're troubled. I appreciate our little chats. You're simply so different from any other dragon I've ever met. He replied with a chuckle as he rested his head again on the pile of cushions. If only he knew how true he was. Amaria spent the rest of the day as she usually did, attending her class with Tyrygosa and then preparing herself for her meeting with Alexstrasza. She was aware that it wouldn't be an easy subject to broach this subject. Flying to another floor of the temple, she stopped when she noticed a human with heavy armor and a tabard of the Wormrest accord. Recognizing him as the mortal disguise of Deverstraz, she thought about asking him on the hatred of his flight for her. It was perhaps not the best idea, but who best to ask than someone who has been openly disliking her since day one. Taking her own human form in midair, her feet touched the ground with a little bit of speed, but she managed not to fall, much to her delight as she had been practicing. She then walked up to him but stopped at his glare. Lord Deverstraz, I was hoping that I could ask you a few questions about Deathwing. She started politely, hoping to defuse the situation before it could get any worse. Why? Do you wish to repeat his actions? Trying to learn our weaknesses? He countered sharply. What? No, I just want to understand. She said, slightly put off by his reply, not expecting that much loathing. You shall learn nothing from me, young black. Why? I have done nothing to you. She shot back, getting angry. Not yet, but you've made your way in our queen's heart, and if she see you as the danger you are, then I will. My eyes are restless, so don't even think to scheme anything near our queen. He continued as his glare hardened. She looked at him incredulously, and it somehow broke something. Reading the history books showed that this world war far from perfect and plagued by war and animosity, but so far dragons had seemed to be better than that, apart from Deathwing's corruption. She had already seen quite a lot of aversion for her in the past few days, but it was never in the form of words. Yet today she got both Kandrostraz and Deverstraz openly insulting her. To see one behave so much like those who brought disorder on Azeroth, acting so much like Deathwing in the way that they were absolute in their decision, suddenly revealed a harsher reality. I didn't know dragons could be racists. There are so few of you, yet you still manage to hate each other. I guess every race have its rotten apple. Have a good day. She walking away, anger pushing her feet as she left the old fool behind. She had not expected animosity and hatred for who she was, but it seemed bigots were everywhere, no matter the planet you were on. Fuming, she transformed back into her dragon form and flew down the temple, determined to put an end to this once and for all. Not caring for the draconids guarding the ruby sanctum, she flew straight in the portal, barely hearing their shouts. Appearing on the other side, she didn't acknowledge the dragons spread around the portals, who looked at her in surprise as she flew down toward the massive tree in the center of the sanctum. The dragon queen barely came into view that Amaria was tackled in the air. She replied with a snarl and bit right next to the dragon's head, recognizing Kandrostraz as she pushed him off. Still trying to reach the queen, she was hit once again, and this time she could only brace herself as she was brought to the ground. Snarling, she tried to shrug off whoever was on her back, only to be smacked in the face. How dare you? You invade our most sacred place after our queen generously invited you here. You only bring more shame to your flight, bellowed Kandrostraz, landing in front of her. Just like Deathwing, noted another dragon. Amaria only felt her anger rising at their words, not feeling like she deserved any of them, and furious that they saw a monster like Deathwing in her. Enough. Silence fell on the sanctum as Alexstrasza flew up to them, landing behind Candrastras that still glared at Amaria. "What is the meaning of this?" she asked over the silent assembly of dragons. "This filth has," started Candrastras. "Silence. I wasn't asking you." Alexstrasza silenced him sternly, only looking at Amaria again when she sure that no one would intervene. She didn't saw the glare filled with hatred coming from Candrastras, but Amaria saw it very well, seeing as it was for her. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Amaria gathered herself a bit, still under the dragon keeping her grounded. "I've learned a lot about the red dragonflight today. And it's not pretty. Since I came here, I've been targeted by almost all of you just because I share the same scales as Deathwing. Someone that I didn't even know before coming here." She started. I said silence. Bellowed again Alexstrasza. "Lord Devrastraz," Amaria said with blatant disrespect, "has been the worst out of all of you. The only difference between you all and him is that he isn't afraid to say it to my face. I thought that you dragons were the guardians of this world, but I've only seen hatred and racism from almost all of you. I thought it was true for all flights, but you reds are by far the worst." "Is that really how you feel, daughter?" asked Alexstrasza, slightly miffed. "Partly. I've seen your hatred and I understand it. I agreed with it in a way. Especially when I heard of what happened in Grim Batol. But I've learned from Candrastras this morning that there is more to that. Content. UED Amaria." As the said red dragon widened his eyes slightly. "And this is," pressed Alexstrasza. Taking a deep breath, Amaria looked straight into Alexstrasza's eyes. "How much time do you spend with your family?" She was slightly taken aback by her question, just like many other dragons that obviously hadn't expected it. "I am here with them every day, at dawn and dusk," she replied. "But do you spend it as a family? This morning Candrastras accused me of stealing his mother. I thought that you didn't had any children left, but that is obviously not true. And I get where he is going. I'm bossy. Callie stealing time that you spent with them before," explained Amaria. Alexstrasza turned toward Candrastras, who looked away, a slightly ashamed expression on his face. "Is this true?" she asked. "Mother, it isn't what you think," he started. "Apparently it is exactly as I think. Continue, daughter," she said, looking back at her. "Candrastras," Amaria called the dragon, who turned toward her. "I am sorry for taking Alexstrasza's time away from you all. It wasn't my intention, nor was it my goal. I never met my parents because they died when I was too young to remember them, and Alexstrasza being so kind is something new to me. I came here to ask Alexstrasza if she could help me come to an understanding with all of you, but when Devrastraz lashed out on me I just snapped. I won't apologize for breaking in your sanctum though." All red dragons were looking at her. Amaria turned back to the Dragon Queen, ready to put an end to her point. "Mother, this is a word that I never hoped to use. I am incredibly thankful for the opportunity you gave me, for all you have done for me in the short time we have known each other. I don't blame you for your flight's behavior. And in a way I don't blame them either. I just wish that all of this could have been talked out earlier," finished Amaria. Sighing loudly, Alexstrasza nodded and the dragon above her removed itself, allowing her to stand up in front of Alexstrasza. "I should have listened to you yesterday when you came to me, yet I did nothing. I had hoped that everything would just turn fine without any intervention of my part. This was a mistake. I wanted you to deal with it yourself so you could prove your worth to all of us. And you did. I am proud to see that you sought to understand them before coming to your decision," she said with a lot of love in her voice. "And I am so disappointed in all of you," she continued, now addressing the red dragons, staring down at them as most lowered their heads in shame. "It is more than obvious that Amaria do not and will never share Deathwing's madness, that she is more than deserving of her position as member of a black dragonflight. You all forgot that it isn't an insult but a true branch of our family dedicated to defend this world. Just like all of you. I never want to hear about any of this ever again. I'm not commanding you to like Amaria, to let go of your hatred today. But I hope that all of you will finally see that she is not Deathwing, that she has acted as your better today." Alexstrasza spoke with a solemn expression. With that said, she waved at Amaria to follow her, and they left the members of the red dragonflight behind, slowly walking toward the tree enthroned in the center of the sanctum. "I meant each of my words, daughter. I am so proud of how you behaved. To think that one that is barely a hatchling in dragon years holds so much more wisdom than millennia-old dragons. She chuckled. Thank you. I didn't mean to blow up like that, but I just had enough. Apologized Amaria. Anger can be a good thing if well orientated. I believe that your words will have a profound effect on my flight, and for the better. I know. May I request something from you? She asked. Anything for you, daughter, replied Alexstrasza. Spend more time with your family. Take it from me, I've been looking for one my entire life, and now that I have you, I don't want to lose you. I can't say that you're a bad mother. All of your flight is ready to do anything for you, but perhaps you could go a little bit further. I might be wrong. Azurgos hasn't explained me yet about how dragon families works. But that's the logical thing to do for me. I will, daughter. You have helped my children as much as you've helped me. But for now, let us rest. It has been a tiring day. Agreed Alexstrasza. You don't say, chuckled Amaria. Chapter 9. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. I'm aware had I must be making tons of mistakes and errors. I do try my best to correct them, but it's not enough for the story to be perfect. I will come back on the already written chapters and try to correct them as much as possible. Please comment, review. Thank you for your patience and good reading. Life was getting better. That was the overall thinking that Amaria adopted in the last 4 months. Her relationship with the Red Dragon flight, and all the others' flights for that matter, improved drastically after her rant. Many members of the RTO her to apologize, recognizing their mistake and ready to start again on new grounds. Such was the case with Kandrastraz, who finally seemed to possess the wisdom matching his age and ashamed of his behavior. He was actually one of the first to come to her, and had become a more agreeable dragon to be around with. And as months passed, things became even smoother with the other dragons. Lord Devrastraz had been ordered to apologize too after he insulted Amaria again, and even if he did ended up apologizing, it was obvious that he didn't meant a single word. Alexstrasza explained that he was one of her most stubborn soldier and that his role as commander of Wyrmrest Temple defenses, basically the highest military authority beneath the aspects, shaped him into a very straightforward thinking dragon. At least he wasn't too hard to avoid, spending most of his time on the ground floor of the temple when Amaria was either in the rooms above or beneath. From this better relationship with the rest of Dragonkind, Amaria's life became smoother and comfortable. She had people to talk with, tons of things to learn from each of them, and even met new races from the mortals traveling to the temple. The discovery of the Taurens, Minotaur-like creatures, and the fact that there was a whole community of undead accepted within the Horde blew up her mind. Back on Earth, almost every undead creature were classified as the darkest of dark creatures and were to be dealt with immediately. This only served to fuel her curiosity about Azeroth, and she couldn't help wanting to leave the temple and explore the world by her own means. But she knew that it wasn't the time yet. She was still not up to date with the current whereabouts of the world, now spending her early mornings reading about the early days of the High Elves and their growth into one of the biggest empire that Azeroth ever knew. Azurgos proved once again to be a great teacher, correcting or instructing her on a few of the points she had missed or misunderstood in her books. They had finished her teachings of dragons' customs and now used this time to simply discuss something that Amaria found herself liking a lot. But there was one other dragon that was shaping her life in a whole other way. No, you're doing it wrong. Again, came the highly bored voice of Tyrygosa. Sorry, apologized Amaria as she brought her hands back to their initial position and attempted to cast the spell again. How can one be so untalented? Sighed the blue dragoness in her blood elf form. Tyrygosa was a sort of brutal teacher. Not physically, but she abused Amaria with showers of corrections and insults every time she did the littlest of mistake and forced her to start all over again. In a way, Amaria didn't mind it at all. Sure, being called dumb, stupid, or most incompetent mage ever known wasn't fun, but thanks to years of being taught under the stern eyes of the late Severus Snape, her skin was more than thick enough to take all of what the dragon could throw at her. And something that she discovered not too long after her talk with the Red Dragonflight was that despite being a hard and abusing teacher, Tyrygosa held no hatred at all toward her. She was simply acting like that with almost everyone. The only real bad point of the blue dragoness was her tendency to insult and degrade all races that weren't dragons, calling them puny mortals, almost all the time at best and spending hours to insult and criticize them at worst. But where Snape hadn't been particularly helpful for her, Tyrygosa actually showed her the right way to cast spells. She corrected her and demonstrated how to improve her moves. Thanks to her, Amaria became capable to cast her first new spell after 2 months of theory of all magics. Because that was a right mess to dive into. Back on Earth, nearly all magics needed a wand and were then divided into categories, which you could improve and become versatile in nearly all of them with time. But here on Azeroth, it was very different. Not only were there many types of magics, but they couldn't be mixed together with only a few exceptions. Learning about all of them revealed that some magics were linked to studies like the arcanes, where one needed to have some degree of magic in himself before being taught how to use it, just like wizards. But some, like the priest, required a deep faith, a direct connection to the light, to be able to cast spells. For Amaria, her first step in learning magic turned out to discover which magic she had. And the surprise was spoiled when Tyrygosa said that she was a fire mage during their 3rd class, going into detail about the fact that nearly all black dragons were either warriors, fire mages, or in some cases shamans. And that proved to be true when Tyrygosa forced her to cast a couple of spells, revealing her excellent ability to cast fire spells and a total inability to cast anything related to water, those water spells literally evaporating before there could even be cast. Thus started her teachings as a fire mage. Tyrygosa herself was a mage, but since she was a blue dragon, her magic was focused on the arcanes but not restricted to it, thanks to be part of the Dragonflight literally charge. To controlling all the magic in the world. She showed Amaria a few of arcane spells, water spells, and then the fire spells, all of them with a speed and dexterity that put Amaria's spell casting to shame. Learning to not use a wand but rather the core inside her didn't prove too hard, even if Tyrygosa told her that wands and staffs were commonly used to reinforce their spells, just like Tyrygosa's large golden blue staff that was never far from her. She had asked Amaria to not use any for now, to learn the hardest part of casting spells first before going into the easy way, and Amaria found herself agreeing with this method. And hard it was. There were a lot of spells to learn, more or less difficult depending on the movements required and their uses. The first spell she learned was Scorch, a small fire spell that created a small burn on the target and that could be cast while moving, which took her much longer to learn. Right now she had a grand total of 3 new spells to her arsenal, those being Scorch, Fireball, and Polymorph. Fireball was straight enough to cast, but both her and Tyrygosa were surprised to see how well she could cast the Polymorph spell. Turning a small cat into a sheep had never been more fun to her. They had tried a few other spells turned toward the arcanes after that, but it didn't reveal anything interesting, just that she was good at the Polymorph spell. And right now she was learning her first hard spell, one called Pyroblast that summoned and threw a large fiery rock at a target. This spell required more time to be cast and more movements, making it harder to practice as she often forgot one move or made it in the wrong order. Turning her hands in front of each other, aiming at the air right between them, she gave it another try. Right as her hands started to turn, the air became hotter and flames appeared out of nowhere, gathering in a slowly growing boulder. Intensely focused, she kept moving her hands as she tried her best to remember the order and how Tyrygosa did it when the ball of fire suddenly vanished into thin air. No, you idiot. It's the right hand that goes high first as the left one goes down, not the contrary. Exhaled loudly Tyrygosa. This is a really hard spell, complained Amaria. Then be glad we're not practicing yet the barrier and meteor spells. What am I saying? You'll fail them both too. Give me a break, we've been at this for an hour. Quote, yeah, an hour that I could have spent on my own magic, not babysit you. I swear you should already be capable of doing so much more than just 3 spells. You're a black dragon, this should be easy for you, vented the elven woman. Even if she was saying it like this, Amaria knew that Tyrygosa didn't meant any harm. And in a way she agreed with her. Times felt like something was blocking her to cast spells. She had brought up the subject with Tyrygosa and Ing had come out of this yet. Don't forget that I have my other spells, reminded her Amaria. Those abominations you mean, sneered Tyrygosa. Amaria might have a hard time learning these new spells, but she still had a few from her old world. She had no idea how this was possible, as she didn't had the same body, but she wasn't complaining and felt reassured to know that there were a few spells she could now cast wandlessly. A few of these spells included the unlocking spell Alohomora, the Sonorous Charm, Incendio, and Fiendfire. That last one really came as a surprise, as she never learned to use it and had been scared of casting it since it had a horrible tendency of consuming its caster if cast improperly. But it appeared that becoming a member of the Black Dragonflight increased her control of her fire spells by an impressive margin, now able to safely use the Cursed Fire spell without any danger and capable to extinguish it with a flick of her hand. Yet this didn't come without a price. Most of her old spells were simply unusable, all those water-related like Aguamenti, and most of the simplest spells like the Levitation Charm were for some reason out of reach. It was the same for all the unforgivable curses, the apparition, and her protection spells that she couldn't anymore, and she dearly missed all those spells that she had spent years to learn in Hogwarts. She got replacements for some of them thanks to Tyrygosa's teachings, having relearned the Levitation spell and a few others, but it wasn't much. There was still a lot of spells to study and a whole other kind of magic called enchanting that Amaria would start learning soon. The reason why her old spells were called abominations by Tyrygosa was because they didn't make any sense from her perspective. There was no magic lines in the ground back on Earth, and it was a hereditary thing, something that confused Tyrygosa to no end, and she ended up hating the spells as much as she loved to talk about them. She had been trying to decipher them, to recreate them, and found that she simply couldn't do it, which only infuriated her. Which amused Amaria to no end. Yes, smugly replied Amaria as she soundlessly and wandlessly cast the Fiendfire spell, a dragon made out of flame coming out of her palm and hissing around until Amaria started petting it. Bah, keep learning the Pyroblast spell, shrugged off Tyrygosa. Sighing heavily, Amaria banished the fiery dragon and got back to work. Restarting from zero again, she made sure to move her hands in the correct order this time, as well as drawing magic into her core as the boulder of fire started to manifest between her hands. It normally took 10 econs to cast the whole spell, but she did it in double the time, her hands moving slowly as she tried to not make a wrong move. But finally did she manage to end the spell, moving her hand one last time as she aimed at a wooden mannequin around 30 meters in front of her. A grin of her face, she was about to send it that the boulder exploded in her face, sending her backward as she fell on her back. Coughing and waving a hand to remove the smoke, she was more than happy to be a dragon almost completely immune to fire, only bearing a few scorches on her face and slightly burned clothes that instantly repaired themselves. Well, at least you did it. Next time aim at the mannequin, not you, chuckled Tyrygosa. That's what I did, replied Amaria outraged. Then you did it wrong. She shrugged. And you're sure it's not my magic? Maybe I should ask someone who's more talented than you, retorted Amaria with an idea in mind. And who would that be? Smiled Tyrygosa. Caligos. Tyrygosa's smile fell at that name as she turned toward Amaria, glaring at her. Just because he is my flight's aspect doesn't mean he is better than me, she said, peeved. Actually it does. If you were better than him, then why aren't you the aspect of magic? Asked Amaria with a smug face. I wasn't there to confront him for the position, replied Tyrygosa sourly. Sure. So should I go see him now? Suggested Amaria. We will go right now, and you will see that he isn't as good as me, roared Tyrygosa, rushing out of the room. With a small smile on her face, Amaria quickly followed the blue drag 1SS as they went toward an opening where Tyrygosa transformed and started to fly away. Amaria did the same as she enjoyed having pushed the right buttons on Tyrygosa's temper. She had learned during one of their first lessons that Tyrygosa and Caligos had once been betrothed to one another, but it failed off because of a mortal girl that Caligos fell in love with. The subject has been since the NA's sore point, and it very quickly became obvious that Tyrygosa was still comparing herself against Caligos, and this apparently worsened when he became the aspect of magic. It was funny how easily he could be manipulated, and Amaria used that against her without any shame, well aware that Tyrygosa wasn't really minding that. She actually loved to compete with Caligos and used every opportunity to show that she was better than him. Sometimes justly so. They flew toward the west, passing above a few kilometers of land covered by snow before they reached the Boreas tundra and its steam springs, flying above Tonkal village. A small place with Tuscars living there, walrus-like people used to live in these cold lands, not stopping as they crossed the tundra to reach a large island from massive blue pillars of light came out behind a wall of mountains, indicating the very powerful gathering of magic. Flying above the mountain range, they flew down toward the center of the island where a massive structure stood. It was a majestic and terrifying sight, with magic flying in the air invisible to the eye, flying rocks and platforms maintained in the air by the incredible concentration of energies. The ground itself beneath the nexus was gorged with magic, turned purple and revealing the magic lines that were the very same ones going all around the world. Large spikes of ice surrounded the nexus, immobile defenses that stood dozens of meters high in the air. It always brought a small chill to Amaria's back, the incredible amount of magic gathered here simply having no counterpart in England. Perhaps in the entire world. A couple of blue dragons were flying around, taking care of the platforms flying above and monitoring the ley lines beneath. Tyrygosa and Amaria flew through the entrance, passing by a couple of draconids guarding the building and diving deeper inside, passing through many corridors until they reached the heart of the nexus where Caligos was located. Manipulating a large blue orb in front of him as thrums of magic echoed in the air. Caligos greeted him Tyrygosa curtly. A moment. Kalimdor's ley lines requires a more delicate adjustment. Alec Goss replied, still focus on the sphere. They waited a couple more seconds before he released his magical hold on the orb, letting its glow die down to a dull blue. Taking a deep breath, he looked toward them with a small smile on his face. Now, what can I do for you? He asked. Amaria requires a magic checkup. We can't find anything wrong, but it does influences her magical abilities. She can cast a spell fully, but it will have a tendency to fail or explode in her face at the end. She suggested that you could use your amazing talents and knowledge as an aspect to find what's wrong with her. Told Tyrygosa with a smirk on her face. Really? That is quite the uncommon problem. He replied with a raised eyebrow. He took a step toward Amaria and gathered his magic around him, a light blue mist forming in the air before spreading to her, engulfing her entire body as a tingle ran through her. Is it always this weird? She asked. No, I am sorry, but I cannot find anything wrong with your magic. I can see it flowing in you without restraint. Are you certain it's not a matter of practice? He suggested. Are you saying that I am training bad students? Dared him Tyrygosa with a light snarl. Much to Amaria's fun to see her teacher defending her when she had been 10 minutes ago. It was not my point. If you are certain of her skills, then I truly don't know what could hinder you like that. He said, turning toward Amaria. I guess I'll have to continue until it works. Amaria replied with a shrug. Not the best, but it shall do. I am sorry for being of little help. Caligos apologized. Told you he wasn't good enough. Commented Tyrygosa smugly. Not now, Tyrygosa. And thank you for trying. Said Amaria as she looked back at the blue aspect. You're welcome. She and Tyrygosa left the blue aspect alone, flying back through the nexus and then toward the Wormrest temple as Amaria pondered what could be wrong with her magic. Was it possible that her old magic could block her new one? She had lost quite a lot of her old spells. Did that mean that it was an unsolvable problem? She sincerely hoped that it wasn't the case. So, what are you going to do now? Asked Tyrygosa out of the blue. No pun intended. I don't know. I was thinking if my old magic could interfere with the new one. She spoke her mind. Not possible. Both me and Caligos didn't saw anything wrong with you. If your magic is the problem, then why can you still use some of it? It doesn't make sense. She explained. Right. Guess it's back to square one. Sighed Amaria. You better now screw up the movements again. You've made them so many times that it should be easy by now. Replied Tyrygosa. Sigh. They flew back to the temple and were about to land when they noticed someone waiting for them on the platform. A small female gnome dressed in white and gold, waving at them cheerfully as they got closer. Right in time. I just arrived myself, but it's a bit easy when you know the future. Giggled the gnome. Nice to see you again, Chronormu. Greeted Amaria with a smile. I told you already, you can call me Chromie. She pouted. What are you doing here, little bronze? Asked Tyrygosa right next to me. Oh right, Nozdormu has a message for you, Amaria. He is aware of your current issue and may have a solution. She said. Really? Asked Amaria hopeful. He may have a solution. Chromie, we all K. Now that he wouldn't offer any help if he wasn't certain of the outcome. Deadpanned Tyrygosa. True. Agreed the little gnome. So, what's this solution? Pressed her Amaria. Well, he told me that it was for you to discover, but that the answer you seek lays in the obsidian dragon shrine. Chromie answered. What? He thinks I'll get my magic by going in a boneyard? She asked incredulous. Yes, confirmed Chromie with a wide smile. You should go. Nozdormu is almost never wrong. He may do bad decisions, but if he does, it's with good intentions. Said Tyrygosa. That doesn't help. Groaned Amaria. It was good to see you, but I need to go. I was supposed to be in Uldum yesterday. Bye. Waved Chromie before disappearing in a shower of golden sand. Was she saying that literally, or? Asked Amaria, looking at the sand vanishing. Who knows? The bronze can be very hard to understand as soon as it's about time. Shrugged Tyrygosa. Guess I have to go to the dragon shrine. She said. Yes. See you later. Said Tyrygosa as she took off. Amaria watched her go before she left too, aiming toward the obsidian dragonflight and trying to understand what there could help her understand why her magic wasn't working. It didn't took long to arrive, and she gave a nod at the guardians, entering the shrine as she passed by the massive bones in the entrance and walking on the path carved around the lava pools. She looked at all the bones, trying to figure what could be of help. She already came here before and she couldn't remember anything that was linked with magic, only the pile of bones carefully and respectfully placed in the lava pools where they would slowly become part of the shrine. Her steps led her toward the end of the shrine, a very large lava pool with a larger skeleton that was probably twice bigger than her. Getting closer, she looked at its skull half submerged in the lava, just a meter away from her. What am I supposed to find here? She wondered, bringing her claw forward to touch the skull. A searing pain ran through her forearm, forcing her to scream out in pain as what felt like the hottest fire she was ever burnt with ran through her veins, going up her shoulder and then spreading to her entire body. She was only able to stay aware for another second before she fell down unconscious. She was in darkness. No matter where she looked, there was nothing to see. She couldn't tell if her eyes were open or not in this absolute expanse of black. Yet she was there. She was aware of herself and trying to understand how she got here. Hello, she called tentatively in the void. Nothing. Is someone there? She asked. Turning around, she tried to find something, anything, only to find nothing. But then she felt something. From below came a heat, pleasant and quickly filling the darkness. Looking down, she saw a small red blur that was growing in size and in details, soon identifiable as a river of magma that was lighting up the darkness. And as it got next to so did the warmth, and the brightness grew, hugging her warmly until the magma became the ground she was walking on. You are late, said a powerful voice coming from all around her. Late? What for? And who are you? Amaria called back, looking around in an attempt to find the speaker. The magma beneath her started to gather, rising up in a slightly humanoid shape made out of liquid fire until it started to define itself. Adopting the form of a white man with impressive muscles, deep black hair, wearing a massive golden black armor and a mace hanging from his hip. He was colossal, maybe 2.5 meters high, and staring down at her with light green eyes that reminded Amaria a bit of her previous mother. Greetings, child, welcomed the man. Huh, yeah, nice to meet you too, replied Amaria, uncertain. Do not fear, I am here to give you your gift, he said. What gift? Who are you? She asked again. I am the spirit of Neltharion, the Earth Warder, aspect of the Black Dragonflight, he said calmly. Amaria's eyes widened comically as she stared at the man. You're Deathwing, she shouted, taking a step back. No, he replied. Bullshit. Couldn't stop herself Amaria. I died when Deathwing was born. I am no longer living but a part of Azeroth's essence, a part of its earth, just like Malygos still lives in the magic coursing thought Azeroth. Neltharion continued. So you're not here? She asked, not certain of where this was going. I am everywhere, simply no longer a consciousness but a part of Azeroth. Except for this place where I come to greet the new members of my old flight. He said, all right. Then what do you want with me? To grant you the gifts of our flight. When a hatchling takes his first sleep after breaking out of his shell, I welcome him in our flig. And grant him the same bond that I once shared with Azeroth so that he may pursue our sacred duty. I do not know why you weren't granted this gift, but I am glad you seek me out so that I can correct this mistake. Neltharion stated with pride, so the reason why I can't cast spells is because I never got to chat with you. Amaria wished to confirm, indeed. Oh, but I wasn't seeking you, I was told that the Obsidian Dragon Shrine had the answer to my problem. I didn't know I would have a talk with a dead dragon ghost. She said with a slightly joking tone. It doesn't matter. Are you ready to become whole? It is an important duty that I failed and entrust to you as I did with the very few of my flight who still lives today. You shall be a defender of Azeroth, you shall carry the mountains and dig the land to reshape the world as I once did. You shall create and shape the frontiers of our world so that the mortal races do not wage war against each other. Do you accept this duty? He asked solemnly. Amaria listened carefully to each word he said, and while she could agree with the idea, she was hesitant at the thought of involving herself in the world, concerned that she would be once again considered a hero. What does this conswill I have to concretely? She asked. Our duty is one of patience but of great necessity. Shall the world tremble or destruction be brought to a land, you will be called upon to reshape it. To make it livable for the mortals once again. It is rare, but in extreme case you might have to raise mountains to separate two factions at war. This isn't NEC. Essary right now, as the Horde and the Alliance are separated by the ocean, but even if you have to do it, you won't be alone, nor will it be done in one day. Only the Aspect can do such a thing. He explained. And there's no chances of me becoming the Aspect, right? Not before 425 years when the next embrace will take place. He right. She said, pretending to understand what he was talking about. So, what is your decision? He asked again. What he was asking, she would have done most of it anyway. If Azeroth was threatened, then she would defend it, that was obvious to her. The part where she would be one of the arbiters of the world, as she saw it. But Alexstrasza was doing it. Tyrygosa, Azurgos, Kandrostraz, and even Deverstraz. All of them were doing it too. It didn't look like so when she was discussing with them, so it made sense to think that she wouldn't be constantly working on fixing all the problems in the world. If they could do it, then so could she. I'll do it, agreed Amaria as she stared right into Neltharion's eyes. Then awake, child, see how the world is unique to us black dragons, he said as he started to glow a deep red that Angu LFED everything around her until she closed her eyes. Lady Amaria. Startled by the shout, Amaria suddenly woke up from the trance she was in, removing her claw from the skull in front of her. Looking to her right, she saw the Draconids' guardians coming toward her, running as fast as their body could. Are you all right? One of them asked. Yes, everything is fine, she said as she suddenly remembered her conversation with the deceased leader of the Black Dragonflight. Her eyes were caught by the lava and she looked at it intently, feeling something in it that wasn't there before and akin to a pulse. It took a few seconds of deep focus on the lava to understand that the pulse she felt was exactly that, the pulse of Azeroth. Diving into the link she felt connected with, she started to feel the world around her in a way she never did before, physically experiencing the presence around her of every rock, of the lava gathered in the pools, and feeling a presence in the numerous skeletons spread through the shrine. It was just like Neltharion said, a completely unique view of the world that allowed her to experience what the world felt. And it felt strong, powerful, and alive. The bond allowed her to follow the earth and its movements, to follow the magma to find the hidden volcanoes waiting beneath the surface. She felt like she could go further but decided not to, feeling like she would lose herself in the immense consciousness that was the earth of Azeroth. Shaking her head to remove the sensation of flowing through an entire world, Amaria gazed in herself as she saw that our core that had been previously a powerful flame was now a limitless pit of lava, boiling with great intensity. She knew that this was the way her magic was supposed to work, it simply felt right, and the sensation of power running in her was a proof that her spells would work. She knew it without even testing any of them. Turning away from the Draconids, Amaria quickly left the shrine, excited to tell both Tyrygosa and her mother what just happened, opening her wings as soon as she was outside and making her way to the temple where she first went to find Tyrygosa. The blue dragon was talking a projection that Amaria didn't recognize, but it didn't matter much since the hologram disappeared almost right as she landed. Back already? Did you find something of interest? Tyrygosa asked as she turned toward her. I met Neltharion and he gave me the control I need to cast spells. Amaria replied excitedly. She hadn't expected what would come next. In 2 seconds she found herself pinned down under the claws of Tyrygosa, glaring at her and snarling with an immense amount of hatred. You've seen Deathwing, she roared. No, I met Neltharion, protested Amaria without struggling. Same deal, growled Tyrygosa. It was his spirit, before he got corrupted. I promise, he just allowed me to cast spells and told me what my purpose as a black dragon would be. She tried to reassure the blue dragoness. Don't agree to anything that happens in your head. That's exactly how the old gods corrupted Deathwing in the first place. Okay, maybe it wasn't that smart to agree, but I don't feel any different. My magic improved quite a lot and I can feel the world. I can't describe how it is, but it's incredible. Continued Amaria, a bit sheepish. Tyrygosa kept glaring at her for a couple of seconds before sighing and moving away from her, allowing Amaria to stand up again. Be more careful next time. Hatchlings, she said, shaking her head. I will, agreed Amaria. Go on then. Sorry, asked Amaria, confused. You said your magic improved. Show me, ordered Tyrygosa. Smiling wildly, Amaria shifted into her human form and instantly started to cast the pyroblast spell, trying to do the right movements. Calling on her magic and casting the spell actually proved to be far easier, the fiery boulder in her hands quickly growing in size until it was ready to be thrown, but she frowned when she saw that she had no targets. Here, use this, said Tyrygosa, summoning a large rock. Willing her magic into action, Amaria watched with glee as the pyroblast was cast and flew straight toward the rock, meeting it in a large explosion that sent pebbles and shards all around it. Finally, she shouted, looking at the ceiling. It seems that my teachings were perfect and that it was indeed you the problem. Just as I always knew, commented Tyrygosa. Yeah, waved her off Amaria, too happy to care about the blue dragoness. The rest of the day was spent quickly, Amaria not really in mood to read more today and instead spending the afternoon working on her spells, perfecting her movements and memorizing them as best as she could. Once she was done with that, she used a mannequin, protected with magic, to cast her spells as quickly as possible, trying to put herself in battle conditions and testing what order of casting was the most efficient or the potential of each spell. So she was a tired Amaria that entered the Ruby Sanctum that day, happy of all the progress she made and wishing to share them with her mother. Greetings, daughter. I trust you are well, the Dragon Queen asked as she landed. Hi, say, do you really have to talk like that? It sounds so old to me, cheekily noted Amaria. Well, no, I don't, replied Alexstrasza, slightly out of words, not knowing what to answer to that. Anyway, what about your day? Oof, quite a lot happened. As you know, my spells were still exploding in my face, so me and Tyrygosa went to ask Kaligos to see if he could find anything wrong with my magic. She started. A logical choice, commented her mother. Sadly, he wasn't very helpful. It's when we came back that we met Chromie that Nozdormu had asked to deliver a message for me saying that I would find answers in the Obsidian Shrine. I wasn't sure that it would be useful, but it turned out I was completely wrong. That is a feeling that I often found myself with when I talk with my brother. Continue. I went to the shrine and that's when I met Neltharion, Amaria said, looking at her mother's face to see her reaction. Just like she thought, she wasn't surprised. Alexstrasza gave her a slight glare mixed with concern. Are you certain it was him? The queen asked. Well, no, I never met him before. He told me that he was the spirit of Neltharion, that he died the day Deathwing appeared and that he was now one with Azeroth. He gave me the control I needed over my magic and explained what I would have to do as a black dragon. It could have been a trick. Maybe, shrugged Mkare, much to Alexstrasza's concerns. It was risky, but he didn't ask anything that I didn't want it. Only that I swore to defend Azeroth against those that seek to harm it and Oh, take my place as a member of the Black Dragonflight. When I woke up it felt so right, like I was rediscovering my own magic and how I see the world. So a part of him is still here, Alexstrasza said with a smile, a small tear running on her massive cheek. He said that it was true for Malagos, that he was a part of magic. Added Amaria, just as I thought. Thank you for sharing all of this with me, daughter. You can't imagine how happy I am, her mother said as she brought Amaria closer and nuzzled her neck affectionately. He seemed nice. He was. Those were simpler times. I know you've EAD about this already, but why don't I tell you about the day all of us united to fight Galakrond? Back then Neltharion truly was a kind being, helpful and always ready to help. Started Alexstrasza. She would go on for hours. Far longer than they usually spent together, talking about the dawn of the aspects and the day where Dragonkind as it was today was born. Amaria stood silent for most of it, enjoying the tale but sometimes asking a question or two. Soon after Alexstrasza started, many red dragons gathered around them to listen to the tale too. It continued until it was late at night, but Amaria left the Ruby Sanctum with a feeling that she could now understand her flight. The link she shared with the Earth truly told a lot about the meaning of the Black Dragonflight, and she was amazed. And a bit honored to be able to feel such a connection, basking in the permanent warmth that the planet shared with her. Chapter 10. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. A bit of a heavy chapter about Azeroth's politics, explaining a bit of the world and a little reflection on the Horde and the Alliance. The story is now right before the siege on Undercity, in the BFA extension. Please comment, review. Thank you for your patience and good reading. Nearly a year. Amaria had been in Azeroth for almost a year. In all this time she learned a lot about her new world. Her knowledge of its history had been brought up to date, now diving into the current state of the world and the various people in power that she I'd meet one day as ambassador of the Black Dragonflight. This title easily fell on her, being the only member of the Black Dragonflight currently resting in the Wyrmrest Temple and the only one that could be reached easily. The other members of the flight being Rathan, who had made it very clear the day he was born that he had no wish in siding with the Wyrmrest Accords, and Ebijan being the third one, who chose to remain in Highmountain and refusing to take the mantle of leader of the Black Dragonflight. She never had to make use of her new title yet, but Tyrygosa saw fit to train her on the manners and duties as ambassador in addition to her magical studies. Since her little chat with Neltharion's spirit, she had seen her abilities in magic grow up expansively, finally deemed capable enough by Tyrygosa to be declared a passable mage, which was the equivalent of near perfect for the blue dragon. Amaria learned what it meant to be a mage, the difference with wizards being the way the magic felt and responded. Almost as a living force that wasn't fully sentient but close enough. Her path as a fire mage had been clear since day one, and she was now very good at it. Not a master lick, nearly every other dragons who could do feats of strengths and power that she could only be awed by, but she could defend herself with more or less talent. Her magical arsenal now included several types of fire spells, ranging from setting on fire a candle to send forth a wave of fire around her. But her favorite spell was by far the Dragon Breath spell, allowing her to blow a cone of fire in fr. onto her just like when she was in her dragon form. She also learned spells that weren't exclusive to any type of mage, like barrier spells and portals. The first ones took a long time to master, but once she succeeded she couldn't deny the use of a near impenetrable shield, becoming good enough that she was capable to create them quickly. The portals though, no matter how long or hard she trained, no matter if it was to create a portal to a room on the other side of the temple or at the other side of the continent, she couldn't for the life her manage to cast a single one effectively. Oh, she could cast them, but it would take far longer than any other mage, and it required far more focus on her part than anyone else. The first time she managed to create a portal was toward the Nexus, Sup. Oh, saidly very easy, as Tyrygosa explained that it would draw her toward it. It took her more than an hour. That had maddened Tyrygosa so much that it practically became the only spell they worked on until the end of the year. The blue dragoness refusing to acknowledge that her student couldn't cast well a single spell that even barely capable mortals could manage. It was an insult to every dragon and magical users, she had declared one day. This was a big deal because dragons simply couldn't teleport, they could use portals or be summoned through magic rituals, but only the members of the Blue Drive. Argon Flight could do it thanks to having a part of the essence of magic in them. Another part of her training revolved around her natural draconic body, since the human one was only a disguise. She learned how to use it by sparring with other dragons, learning how her body could fight and how to optimize her capabilities. Claws, teeth, tail and even their entire body, everything could be used as a weapon, and the least she could say from a few demonstrations on the undead roaming across Northrend was that it was devastating. However, many repeated over and over again that overconfidence was a dragon's biggest enemy, as many had perished by taking the risk to land and becoming an easy target. Most of what they taught her was common for all dragons, but she also learned how to use the powers unique to her flight. Like her capabilities to call forth lava to harm her opponents on the ground or literally blowing out streams of lava out of her mouth. Some of those powers were shared with her human form, but in a lesser version. Azurgos taught her much about dragon society and how different it was from humans. From the roles and places of power such as the aspects, the respect given to older dragons, or how dragons courted each other. She got to learn it all, and while it was a bit boring she managed to remember quite a lot of it, like how male dragons would try to impress a female or the cases where it was the opposite. One massive difference with pretty much every other mortal races was the presence of mates. Not just as a name, dragons would at some point in their life met another that they would love above all others. A bond that worked in the two directions. And once she learned that she would one day find such dragon, much to her discomfort, she was told that there was an exception to that rule. Meaning only the aspects, who were often taking many husbands or wives as consorts. Azeroth, from all that she had read and heard from her fellow dragons, was a truly unique place. It couldn't be compared to Earth, with so much more wonders, people, magic and history. Just Northrend, the continent where she was on, had the beauty of the frozen wastes and the Wormrest Temple, the Grizzly Hills, which were simply amazing when flying above its many pine trees. Yet it also had its share of horrors, such as the Ice-Crown Citadel, where the Lich King and its gigantic army of undead Stead or Uldur, where the old god Yogg-Saron resided. Just his description as a mass of tentacles and countless mouths made it quite terrifying to imagine. But it was the part of meeting all these new races, the excitement at the idea that she would soon go explore Azeroth, that slowly helped Amaria getting over her grief of leaving Earth. It hadn't been easy to accept that she would never, he was most likely dead to them, and that so was Harry Potter. She had left when the wizard world in Britain was in the best state it had been in years, with more freedom given to those labeled as creatures and an overall improvement of the relations between wizards, with even some starting to discuss the possibility to reveal themselves to the rest of humankind. In truth, she probably disappeared at the best moment possible. The company of her new mother and friends, as that was Tyrygosa, Azurgos, Chromie and even Kandrostras became during the last year, had helped her a lot to get over her grief. They weren't the same as Hermione, Ron or Luna, they didn't share the same experiences and were far more mature than her friends had been, but they were another kind of friends to have around that she liked just as much. Alexstrasza had always been her greatest support, a great friend that she could talk to and that would listen to her words, one that would share her great wisdom and kindness with her. It had taken a long time, but no longer did the word mother felt strange when talking with Alexstrasza. She was maybe not the mother who birthed her, nor would she have the same relationship that she would have had with Lily, but she was the mother she never had. But now was the time to leave. Amaria had been diving into Azeroth's current condition, looking at the many leaders, the factions ruling the world, the powers at work, as well as researching the uses and customs of each races. And it wasn't pretty. The fact that the orcs came from another planet blew her mind at first. But since she was sort of an alien herself, she let it slide and focused on the wars that followed, how it divided the world between two great forces known as the Horde and the Alliance. Of course, the was much more than that, but the amount of history to learn was massive, especially since it happened not too long ago and that most of the people in these history books were still alive. From the Burning Crusade in Outland to chase Illidan the Betrayer, the rise of the Lich King and his undead army, Deathwing and his madness that threatened the world with a cataclysm, the discovery of Pandaria, and the war crimes of Garrosh Hellscream, his escape in an alternate past version of Outland called Draenor, to the return of the Burning Legion and the defeat of the Dark Titan Sargeras. She could hardly believe that this world still existed today after so many world-threatening events. But all these dark times had their heroes, people that were ready to everything to save their world from evil. In them, she recognized herself and found a lot of respect for many that died going to the very end, sacrificing their life for others to live. 100 times she asked other dragons and the few members of other races about all these events, getting more detailed information and greater understanding thanks to some of them being there and sharing their point of view. It also helped her to understand the world of today, the massive war between the Horde and the Alliance that raged stronger than ever before. She was hoping to not get involved, to be free to explore and discover without anyone as king her to save the world, but she had a feeling her legendary luck would send her right into trouble. After a year spent alongside dragons, she had learned much of their customs, their role and place, which Alexstrasza never stopped to repeat. Even if she said that mortals should be left to thrive alone, that the dragon flights were only supposed to intervene when the very existence of the world was threatened. She looked very closely to what happened anywhere in the world. This was the case right now, as explained by many that passed through the temple and coming back from the outside world, as a new war had started between the Alliance and the Horde, with proportions never seen before, and Alexstrasza was devastated to learn of the burning of Teldrassil, the home of the Night Elves. Thousands were saved before the assault, but far too many died in the fire, and Amaria stood alongside her mother, listening to her old stories about the relationship between the dragons and the elves, as well as understanding her reasons not to join the war. At first, she had been shocked beyond imagination of learning of such a massacre, and then anger she never felt had filled her with a desire of revenge that she didn't recognize in her. Her mother explained that it was a consequence of becoming a dragon, that she had to master her emotions again, for they were now wild and easy to get lost into. Alexstrasza and the other leaders of the dragon flights unanimously voted for not joining the war, judging it not dangerous enough to need their intervention, which didn't sat well with Amaria. Eventually though, her mother convinced her to follow their choice by citing hundreds of wars fought by the mortals, and even some of which she had been told by Amaria, explaining the futility of stopping one war. Alexstrasza was against all wars and only wished for peace, yet she knew that sometimes peace had to be defended with everything we had. That the Alliance was seeking justice after the burning of Teldrassil was logical, yet in the Dragon Queen eyes it only meant for more wars and thus more death, and slowly Amaria came to share that vision, even if she still had the will to take part to it. Not as a fighter or a force that could change the course of a battle, but just being there to help. She didn't know how such a thing could be possible, but, in the end, she would not take part to it. Or at least not as a member of the Wyrmrest Accord. She respected the other dragons' decision and wouldn't contest it by joining the war for them. And today was the way she would make her choice. "Mother," she called as she entered the Ruby Sanctum. "Over here, Amaria," came Alexstrasza's voice from the foot of the massive tree with red leaves dominating the sanctum. Flying over there, now smiling waving at a few red dragons and getting welcomes instead of snarls, she landed in front of her mother, who was standing at her true size. "Good evening, daughter. I suppose today is as good as yesterday." Alexstrasza greeted with a large smile. "Good evening to you too, mother. And my answer is still yes," she replied, giving back a smile of her own. "As always. Tell me, what question do you have for me tonight? As you know, I've been talking with a few dragons about the new war between the Horde and the Alliance. I caught up everything until today, and it led me to ask Tyrygosa about it and her opinion. She couldn't tell me much, but she said that it was and I quote, stupid war made by stupid mortals." She replied, remembering well how the blue dragon had a deep lack of respect and interest in all those who were not dragons. Alexstrasza closed her eyes a couple of seconds as a large sigh escaped her lips, bringing her head down to rest on her forearms. "While I believe that all wars should be avoided and can be qualified of stupid, this one is maybe by far the worst one." After the Legion was defeated, the tensions between the Alliance and the Horde rose higher than ever, all because of some very unfortunate combination of events that led to the distrust growing and festering. Now, a new mineral has been discovered in Silithus, and it attracted the interest of both sides. She started. Her gaze seemed to look away for a few seconds before she focused again on Amaria. But then Sylvanas Windrunner brought the war to another level when she burned down the World Tree Teldrassil, along with all the Night Elves trapped inside. Of course, the Alliance couldn't let this go unpunished, and they are now laying siege on Undercity, the Forsaken capital. My agents told me that the assault would begin shortly, explained Alexstrasza as a tear ran on her cheek. Amaria lost her cheer at that, looking down slightly at the mention of such a vile act. From all the atrocities in his world, this one easily took a spot in the top 3. She simply couldn't imagine burning alive an entire capital for a pure act of war. Rarely did she heard Voldemort, and all his acts of terror never reached that level of violence. Do you know why the Horde would do such a thing? She asked. Many are asking the same question, but I believe it is not as much the Horde as it is Sylvanas. Alexstrasza growled. This elf had a tragic death, served a fate that I wish to no one, but when she freed herself from the Lich King's control, she was not the same. Hear my word, Amaria, her heart is tainted, darkened by her own selfish desires. She claims to do what is necessary for the Horde's survival, yet she has only been using it as a tool to her own goals. I let her live many years ago when and those Forsakens came to fight the Lich King, but I should have cleansed the world from Sylvanas's taint back then. In the many nights that she had shared with her, Amaria never saw her mother truly angry. Melancholic, happy, but never angry. Deathwing only brought back sadness to her, a failure that she wished to remember as a lesson for the future. Yet here was Sylvanas, undead queen, and leader of the Horde, who managed to get the wrath of the Dragon Queen on her. This brought many questions to Amaria. Was the Horde good if they were following such a leader? How could they accept such things if they truly fought for peace? It made no sense. It was obviously not all black and white, and the reasons that brought such a war were numerous and in certain cases understandable. But it didn't justify any of it. If she is so dangerous, why are we not helping the Alliance to get rid of her? I know that they themselves have participated in more than dubious actions, but Sylvanas must be arrested. Amaria asked. Our role is to guide the world, make sure it is safe so life can thrive. If the mortals wish to kill each others, then they may do so, we won't interfere. Do not mistake me, I am tempted to go against Sylvanas. And I will do so if she goes any further in her insane quest for power, but it is not me that shall challenge her first. Replied Alexstrasza before calming down. While Sylvanas is threatening Azeroth, I do not believe that all the Horde follows her. I suspect that many are obeying her commands by fear of being executed, and the people of the Horde are mostly about honor, such as the orcs, trolls and taurens. I would be surprised to hear that none of them have doubts about her capacity to rule for the good of the Horde. Mulling over all of this brug, Amaria back to the other reason she came here, one that she was now rethinking heavily. And where's my place in all of this? Asked Amaria, a bit unsure. Wherever you want. You can go in both the Eastern Kingdoms and in Kalimdor and find places that are safe from the war, but I fear that you will meet it at one point anyway. Replied Alexstrasza. Where I should go? I thought that either he Alliance or the Horde would be a good start, but now I'm not so sure about going to meet the Horde. She spoke. I am proud to hear that despite their actions, you still seek to meet the ones misguided without animosity. Sadly for you, humans have never been accepted in Orgrimmar, much like every other member of the Alliance, and it won't happen before a long time if the war keeps raging. The Alliance would be easier for you to start with. Of course some might not take a liking to you at first, but at least no one will discriminate you or outright attack you as if you were on the Horde's territory. Answered Alexstrasza. What about my dragon form? She had to ask even if she already had an idea of how it would go. Forget about it. It pains me to say so, but if you were to show up in Wind in your true form, you would only get swords and arrows as welcome. For your safety, I would recommend you to stay human at all times and not to reveal your links to the Black Dragonflight even if this is your decision. Yeah, I figured as much. Does this mean I can go there? At this question, her mother stood up and changed into her human form, prompting her to do the same. When the smoke of transformation dissipated, Alexstrasza was only a few meters away and she quickly took one of Amaria's hand, getting her by surprise. You are not bound to this place, my daughter. If you believe to be ready for the world, then I am not going to stop you. The Queen said kindly. Thank you, Amaria said as she tightened the hug slightly. What would the world show her? She had no idea. She had many expectations, many wonders that she now dreamed to witness and explore, along with the thirst of exploring Azeroth, to learn more about it and its inhabitants. There was her own wish to do it, but there was also her duty as a black dragon. A guardian of the world. She won't take part into it too much, not if she can't help it, but she would stand true to her flight's duty and help wherever she is needed. Well aware that it might very well throw her into something completely out of her league. Traveling incognito was an idea that she had reflected upon for a while already, and even if it was probably safer and more prudent to do so, she wouldn't lie about who she was now. For too long had she been forced to endorse the name of the boy who lived, forced to be a savior of a world she had only learned about when she turned 11 years old, playing a role that she had despised for so long. Harry Potter had been all that, a boy who fought the war of his predecessors and almost wished he could have traded everything for the family he might have had. A boy who died because of another's madness. In this new world where very few knew of her, where no one would expect her to bear the world on her shoulders, and where she would be free to do as she liked. She was Amaria, daughter of Alexstrasza, a fire mage in the making, member and ambassador of the Black Dragonflight. And she had a brand new world to explore. Chapter 11. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. This chapter marks a big difference in the story. You'll soon see what I'm talking about. To reply to Insa NEC, I may have been a bit forceful on Alexstrasza's hatred of the Forsaken. She is the Queen of Life. It is normal that she doesn't like ATH, but you are right that it shouldn't make her that once-sided against the Forsaken, and I made a small correction on this. And about the nerf around the portals, it might seem like it doesn't make sense for now, but I do have an explanation for it in the last chapters. I also did a bit of rewrite on chapters 12, 13 and 23 based on a comment of Gulfbar, not anything big, but it gave me a good idea for a later chapter. I already had plans to have Jaina coming in the story in a handful of chapters. Thanks a lot for your reviews, I appreciate them a lot and keep making small adjustments thanks to your support. I didn't do it in the last chapter, so I'll say it here. Thanks a lot to all of you for making it this far already. You've read the first 10 chapters, it means a lot for me because in a way the true story starts now. Please comment, review. Thank you for your patience and good reading. Today was a day filled with great meaning, a new step in my life that would be the starting point of my life in Azeroth. Of course, Mother and my teachers had already been a great introduction and had been incredibly helpful, so much that I feared to never be able to repay them entirely. The countless hours of learning dragons' customs, what they ate, their relationships, the history of the world, its geography, learning all about Azeroth with the archives and the experiences of many, it was just so much that I had needed in order to be ready for this day. Today I would start my quest to find my place in this world. That was my new goal, trying to find where I could fit in and perhaps improve opinions on the Black Dragonflight. I was determined to not live a life where I would need to hide or fight all the time. I would prove to Azeroth that I was worthy of not only being a black drag on guarding the earth but also a trustful person. It would be a challenge, just as the first reactions of the Red Dragonflight proved in the temple, but I wouldn't cover or bend for anyone. If they were incapable to change their mind and to welcome me as I was, then I wouldn't bother to try earning either their respect or their friendship. And as I woke up in the middle of my lava bath, I felt a familiar feeling of purpose that I hadn't felt in the last few years. Stepping out with lava dripping all around me, I shook myself and went straight to the portal that led out of the obsidian sanctum. Even if it did have all the comfort necessary for a black dragon, it was far from enough for me to call it home, lacking proper beds to rest as a human, no rooms to store anything, and the constant raw in of ashes would make it infernal to even clean anything. Yet I did add a few things during my year-long stay, such as one cave that I carved on the left side of the sanctum, allowing me to create a room for my human form that needed a bed badly and a shelf to store the books and various objects I got. I had to cast a spell at the entrance to block the ashes to come in, but after that it became livable. Appearing on the other side, I saluted the guards briefly before taking flight toward the top of the tower where I knew Mother was waiting. To be honest, I felt slightly nervous at the idea of leaving. Not because I would end up all alone, but because this was not just a small step in an unknown place, it was a step in a brand new world, one that was currently divided by war. Beating my wings faster, I reached the large open room at the summit of the temple and landed on the small platform before switching to my human appearance. I quickly learned that it was far easier to assume it for meeting other dragons. Simply because too many of us would take too much space to meet in a normal room. Amaria, you're up quite early. Are you so eager to leave us? Jokingly asked Alexstrasza. Of course not, mother, but I do want to go. I replied before sharing a quick laugh. I know, and we have been waiting for you. A small departure assembly if you prefer, she said, pointing to Azurgos, Kandrostras, Tyrygosa and Chronormu standing behind her in their mortal forms. Indeed, you have proved to be a good student, child, and I believe you to be ready. Even if you in fact need no approval of anyone to feel ready, stated Azurgos, smiling. I'm sure I still have much more to learn. We could continue when I come back. I replied, truly meaning it. You bet you do. You will do decently as a fire mage, and those unique spells of yours may give you an advantage, but do remember that you are far from being a master. Anyone talented enough will destroy you, and I would be disappointed that my first student turned out to fail miserably against mortals. Continued Tyrygosa wryly. If I didn't know her, I might have felt insulted. But I knew better, Tyrygosa said. Talented enough, and for he are no mere mortal could be talented enough, so it meant that unless I went to directly challenge an archmage, I would be fine. I won't forget, Tyri. You've been a great teacher and a good friend. I sigh. As I gave her a little hug that made her freeze. She fumbled a bit before pushing me away. And not that I mind you being here, Chronormu, but why are you here? I asked, looking at the little female gnome smiling wildly at me. I knew you'd say that. And I told you to call me Chromie, she said quickly with her very high-pitched voice. I'm here because Nozdormu is too busy to come say goodbye. So I choose to come see you in his stead. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Be sure to tell him for me. Of course. I looked at all of them, all smiling except Tyri, who tried to look bored, but again, I knew better. Turning to my adoptive mother, I could see the warmth leaking out of her eyes as she looked at me. My daughter, I hope your journey will be eventful, but will pray for your safety. Of course, I also want you back quickly, but you can take as long as you need, be it a month or a decade. I will be waiting for you, she told me. Don't worry, I've been in deadly situations more than once. I know how to deal with this, I said, more confident than before. As soon as I said that, she frowned, and I tried to figure what was wrong. She brought me closer in a strong hug, leaning slightly on my shoulder. You may have died once and come back with Voldemort. I don't want you to bet your luck on this happening again, she whispered. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about that. Honest, I said as I broke the hug. In any case, I want you to have this. Taking a small pouch attached on her belt, she handed it to me. Grabbing it, I felt the little weight of a few objects inside and, curious, I put my hand inside. There were a few different things, the main part being coins that I could feel flowing through my fingers, as well as a few mana biscuits, little treats to help replenish my magic and satiate my hunger partially. There's also a map of Azeroth, the most updated one I was able to find. You never know when you might need one, but a map always has its uses, added my mother. Can't believe I'm missing the Marauder's map, I snorted, thinking about how useful the piece of paper had been in my life at Hogwarts. Good. Now it's time to see if you can pull out a portal to Stormwind. Because if you can't, I will force you to continue your training right now. Cut us, Tyri, a hand on her hip. Chuckling, I took a few steps away from Mother and started to relax myself, evening my breath and focusing on my magic. Creating a portal wasn't hard in theory, it simply depended on the distance, and summoning a portal for Stormwind meant casting a portal from one continent to another. I started to feel the familiar tingle of magic channeling in my hands, telling me that the magic was there and only the intent and location of the portal remained to be. Tyri showed me the ley lines of magic in the world, how they created stronger or weaker place of magic, and Stormwind wasn't too far from one of them, a medium line that led to the sea. Learning to identify them took time because each ley line had their own magical energy, meaning that it was possible to physically feel the magic beneath their feet. And while I wasn't a member of the blue dragonflight that excelled in magic, I was a member of the black dragonflight and thus linked to the earth. I couldn't feel the ley lines like the blue dragons but instead felt how the ground around them was affected by them in I unique to every location in the world. Focusing my magic on my hands, it intensified until it was enough to cast the spell. Opening my eyes, glowing with red energy, I extended my hands forward and watched proudly as the swirl of magic appeared with the sight of a grand white city with roofs of diverse colors and with tall walls and towers erected around it. It took quite a bit out of me, and I let my arms go down as I took a deep breath, straightening myself. Finally, took you 2 minutes longer than needed. We clearly have some improvement to go over, Tyree said, breaking my illusion of success. Perhaps, but I believe it is enough, Alexstrasza replied. Too bad for you, Tyree, you'll have to wait for me to come back, I said with a slightly smug smile, still letting my magic slowly replenish itself after summoning the portal. HMPF. The elf turned around. Looking at my mother, I watched her stand calmly. I think it's time for me to go, I told her. Indeed. Be careful on your journey. Know that you're welcome to come back anytime, she assured me. I won't forget. Thank you all again for everything, I replied, looking at all of them, even Tyree, who had turned back toward me again. Farewell, said Kandrastras. Have fun, said Azurgos. Yes, do come back so we can perfect your training, followed Tyree. See you next time, cheered Chromie with a wave of her hand. Goodbye, I waved too. Turning toward the portal, I took a couple of steps forward, glanced backward with a small smile and stepped in, confident in my new future. Ow, even apparition isn't that bad, I moaned in pain. First time using a long-range portal? Asked a voice on my left. Slowly looking up, I in a highly decorated purple dress staring at me. We were in the middle of a long room with shelves covered in books. Tables with magical artifacts shining and sometimes moving on their own. Lastly, 2 massive blue-green portals stood, one behind me and the other at the other side of the room. Quote, at least the first time doing it with my portal. Northrend is far away after all, I replied as she gave me a hand to help me stand up, instantly accepting it. It will pass soon and the more you'll do it the better it will feel. Now I don't remember seeing you here before, would you mind telling me your name and specialization? She asked me as she floated a book and a quill to her hands. Now I see. Old lie and use a fake identity to blend in, but it wasn't my goal. I came here to be me, not be someone else. I already had 2 decades of playing the boy who lived, no need of a century of the woman who is not a human but a dragon. Standing up proudly, I looked straight in her eyes. I am Lady Amaria, member and ambassador of the Black Dragonflight, I answered just like Tyree told me, simply not including the puny mortal part. That got a raised eyebrow from her and I almost frowned as I could see the clogs turning in her head, in a way I wasn't particularly fond of after seeing it so much during my first weeks in Azeroth. Yet she sighed and wrote down something before levitating the book back on the table. Sorry for the rude greeting, Lady Amaria. Is there anything I can do for you? She asked. I'd like to visit the city, I replied. The deadpanned expression she sent me made me look at her in confusion. What was wrong with her? You want to visit Stormwind? She repeated. Yes. Is there a reason I shouldn't? I asked. Well, no, I just never expected to have a dragon asking to visit a city. She said. Well, I can see where she is going, but it wasn't that weird. Right. Anyway, what do you want to know about Stormwind? She asked me. Oh, I already know its history. I'm just here for sightseeing and meet new people, I replied. Sightseeing? I'm afraid there are no guides that could show you the city. You may ask the guards for information, but I don't think there's anyone who fits what you're looking for. Maybe you should go see King Anduin instead, she suggested. Why should I? I frowned, having no wish to get too close from the Alliance for now. You're an ambassador, right? I believe it would be courteous to announce yourself to the king instead of go visit the city unannounced. And while he might be busy, King Anduin is probably the best man to orientate you toward a historian or a guide, offered the mage. She had me there. Not only did it make sense, she would probably report my presence to the king anyway. Sighing as I accepted my fate and my stupid idea to come to Stormwind instead of a tropical beach, I turned toward the mage who I still didn't know the name of. All right, I will go see him. I'm sorry but I didn't ask for your name. I apologized. I'm Janaea Cannon. The king should be in the castle, preparing Undercity's siege. You will see the castle right in front of you when you leave. Just cross the mage quarters, then the trade district and the old town and you'll be there. She told me. Thank you, I said before taking the stairs down toward the exit. I was a bit giddy, I'll admit it, at the thought of finally being out of the temple and not with another dragon to accompany me. After a year spent to study Azeroth and its history locked in the temple, going into the real world again was a blessing. I walked down the stairs slightly faster than usual but stopped when I arrived at the open doorway with a spiraling ramp leading to the ground. Stormwind, from the nice, high viewpoint I had, was breathtaking. A massive city of white stones, roofs of red, yellow, purple, blue and brown, large streets filled with people talking. The vast majority being humans, but there was also the indisputable fact that many other races were there, like night elves, dwarves and gnomes, worgen which were the equivalent of werewolf. Without the drawback of losing control, massive blue people with goat-like legs and long tail called Draenei. All of them chatting friend Lily and going through the capital almost without a care in the world. Yet it was obviously not the case for all. Many, mainly the night elves, were bearing faces of indescribable sadness or tenseness and ready to reach for their weapons. The war was still there after all. It was only me that forgot about it in the moment. Taking the control of my body back, I walked down the ramp and started to pass through the many mages living and working into the mage quarters. While I wasn't a member of the Blue Dragonflight, the level of magic in the air was so high that I had no problem feeling all of it. So many magics and various users, it couldn't be compared to the wizard world back on Earth. But sadly exploring the city would have to wait. Meeting the king and introducing myself came first. Following the flow, I left the purple buildings of the Mage Queue. Orders for the blue ones of the trade district, where I could already smell so many different scents. Crossing the bridge over the water canal, I passed around the district for now, making it faster. Thanks to the smaller crowd passing there. But even if I wasn't crossing the center of the district, I couldn't believe all that I could see. The creatures that some people mounted were outright otherworldly, which made sense since I was the one coming from another world. The weapons and armors worn by some of them were extremely diversified, and I couldn't believe that I saw a dwarf walking around with a huge rifle almost half as big as himself. And I got a bit surprised to see quite a few people looking at me with interest. I hadn't expected it, and I saw that not all looked to be motivated by lust. Meaning that Mother's warning about me being quite the beauty were very correct. Hey, watch where you're going, interrupted me a voice on my right, just as I passed by another bridge. I turned and looked up at the tall man that I had apparently forced to stop as I passed. Just like many other people did, he did distinguished himself from the other people around though, with very clean and classy clothes and a far too large mustache that gave him an almost goofy style, if it wasn't for the frown on his head. Choosing to stand out of his way instead of replying, I let it go with a small frown of my own. I had forgot that even if this world was amazing from my perspective, it didn't mean that everyone was as amazing or well educated. Tisk, peasant, he swore as I let his insult pass around me, ignoring him completely. The smile I had earlier didn't return, my mood soured by this arrogant man even if I was doing my best to stay calm. I dearly hoped that he wasn't a typical inhabitant, or I knew I wouldn't stay more than a day here. I got back to my walk toward the castle, walking in the middle of the crowd for a few minutes until I entered the old town. The contrast with the trade district was huge. Because this part of the town seemed to be exclusively about habitations, there was one or two taverns on the way, but that was it for the shops. A far lighter and calmer ambiance ruled this part of the town, which was welcome as the trade district was quite loud with all the people yelling to sell their products and the unending chatters of the crowd. It also made my walk easier with less people around me, and I got my smile back when I saw a couple of children playing around without a care in the world, a blissful ignorance that I actually didn't miss. I never got that kind of childhood anyway. Leaving the old town, I got closer to the castle and its high dungeons, watching as the population got replaced by more soldiers patrolling and a few guards posted at many key intersections of the city. I reached the drawbridge that I had to stop, blocked by a small group of 4 guards. "Halt! What is the motive of your presence?" asked me one of them. "I am Lady Amaria, ambassador of the Black Dragonflight. I would like to have an audience," explained, giving a small smile that mellowed a bit at least one other guard. But the rest stiffened and I already knew why. "Are you saying the truth? What are your intentions?" asked me another guard warily. "I am here only as an ambassador, nothing more. And do you want me to turn into a dragon right there as proof?" "Because I don't want to create any panic," I replied without any animosity. No, we will escort you to the king." 2 of them stepped aside and I was allowed to pass before the other 2 blocked the entrance again as my new guides brought me to the short stairs leading to the gates of the castle. The courtyard wasn't very large, but it was definitely big enough to defend it with many men. A large street, ATUE of a man that I recognized as King Varian Rin, the former king of the Alliance, stood there sword in hands and pointed at the ground. The castle was both a place of power and a beautiful example of architecture, with the pure white stones making its walls and the blue tiles covering the roofs. It didn't clash with the surroundings but rather seemed to melt in the sea and the sky. Many soldiers were walking around, some posted on the walls and other training in the courtyard. When we reached the gates, another set of guards stepped aside and we continued on a long corridor that went up a bit. I got to see a few rooms on the side, but we soon arrived at the throne room, where King Anduin Rin stood on his golden throne, discussing with an old man wearing a worn-out brown coat. "Announcing Lady Amaria, ambassador of the Black Dragonflight," said one of my guides, taking me a bit by surprise. Everyone stopped talking and all heads turned toward me, with quite a few clearly showing distrust and even anger. And the king wasn't really an exception. Well, this is going to be interesting, I thought. Chapter 12. I do not own nor possess any right over Harry Potter and World of Warcraft. All rights belongs to their rightful owners. A sort of lighter chapter that gives a bit of the tone about the Alliance's welcome of black dragons. Please comment, review. Thank you for your patience and good reading. I stood silent as all eyes were on me. I watched the king just as he watched me, with a feeling that he didn't like me. It wasn't fear, but something akin to distrust or maybe even hatred. A few of the nobles and advisors present started to chatter between them, whispering to each other, even if it didn't change anything for my superior dragon hearing that allowed me to listen to everything they said. And I didn't like it one bit. Did he say Black Dragonflight? What is a dragon doing here? I thought all of Deathwing's minions died with him. There were a lot more than that. But I couldn't focus on everyone at the time, and I didn't give much attention to their complaints, keeping my eyes on the king as he watched me warily. Anduin Rin, king of the Alliance, was a young man with bright yellow hair, light blue eyes and a look in his eyes that spoke of a long and heavy past. Not surprising when you're a king. He was wearing a light set of armor, golden and covering his deep blue and white clothes, gloves, and heavy shoes, but no crown. He was every aspect of a warrior king, except for the fact that he didn't had any weapon right now. Deciding to take the head of the conversation, I stepped forward and bowed down my head slightly in respect. "Greetings, King Anduin. I am Lady Amaria, ambassador of the Black Dragonflight." I introduced myself properly. "I see. Old have said, daughter of Alexstrasza, or whatnot," but I didn't want it to have to rely on her influence, and I told her that the responsibility of the Wyrmrest Accord wouldn't be engaged by my words or actions. Raising my head, I saw Anduin's gaze harden for a few seconds, and the man beside him wasn't any better, openly glaring at me. Yet it was still Anduin that held the strongest feelings for me. Like if I did something personal to him. But his eyes softened a bit and his face relaxed as he stood up, looking every bit like the king he was. "Welcome to Stormwind, Lady Amaria. Would you mind coming with me? I would like to talk in a more private setting." He greeted me. "I do not mind, Your Majesty," I replied. He walked to the right side of the throne, and I followed him, leaving the chatters of the room slowly died down as we got further away. Behind me was the old man that I supposed to be glaring at my back, and I could also make a few other footsteps that I recognized with heavy armors, meaning a couple of guards. We reached a smaller room that had no other entry than the one we just came through, and with a large table at the center, surrounded with large wooden chairs. One lightly more decorated than others, was at the far end of the table, and I watched as Anduin sat on it and motioned me to a chair 2 meters away from him while the old man sat in front of me. Now, you really an ambassador of the Black Dragonflight? You don't really look like one, asked me Anduin directly, banishing all appearances of pleasantness to replace them with a severe and stern expression. Have you met one before? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Not an ambassador, but I had 2 close encounters with black dragons, both ended up costing me a lot, he said with a certain hardness in his voice. I'm sorry to hear it, Your Majesty. Don't be. Can you prove your claims? Well, beside turning back into a dragon, I don't really see how, I replied sarcastically. No need to come to that now, something easier perhaps, he suggested. I had an idea. Focusing on my natural magic, I willed it around my right forearm and forced, changing the skin in scales and the fingers in sharp claws. I waved it a bit, slightly enjoying the feeling of not having fake skin, just to show them that I spoke the truth. Is this enough? I asked, looking at them tensing up a bit as the old man grumbled something. Yes, I transfigured my hand back to its normal state, waiting for them to continue. Lady Amaria, we were told by the Wormrest Accord that they refuse to join us in the war against the Horde. Does your presence here means that they have changed their mind? Asked me Anduin with something akin to hope. I will tell you exactly what Alexstrasza told me. I am merely an ambassador of my flight, and I am not to take any decision for the whole of dragonkind. The Queen made me swear not to do anything that could change their decision, for it has not changed and they still refuse to join your war, I explained calmly. A sigh of dejection was my response as Anduin brought his right hand to his forehead, looking down a bit before turning back to me. My apologies, Lady Amaria, but I was hoping for a different answer, even though I knew it wouldn't happen. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I understand very well. If you're not here to bring us any news from the dragon flights, why are you here? Bluntly asked me the old man that I still didn't recognize. Would you mind telling me who you are? I like to know those to whom I'm talking, I replied curtly, annoyed by this man's presence. He frowned at me as did Anduin, but I couldn't have stopped myself. I knew it would be hard, but being questioned just for being here didn't help me stay all calm and happy. I am Jen Greymane, King of Gilneas, the old man said coldly. Ah yes, King of the Worgen, I instantly said, recognizing the name from a few of the books I read back at the temple. I remember a bit about you, Your Majesty. Back to our earlier question, would you mind telling us the motives of your presence, Lady Amaria? Asked Anduin as he gave a short look at his fellow king. Of course, Your Majesty. You see, I only discovered Azeroth a very short time ago and spent the last year in Wormrest Temple to learn about all this world's history. While it is a good summary, it doesn't tell me anything about THOs actually living here and can't be compared to everyday experiences, meaning that I have to see by myself what this world is really about. Stormwind was my first choice because of my human appearance. Going into Orgrimmar like this right now WDEA, I explained as I looked at both of them, watching how they drank my worlds. That is wise, noted Jen. As of my personal objectives in Stormwind, I wish to spend some time here to meet more people, to see and live new experiences, and then I'll go see the rest of the world. I am looking to change how people see my flight. I want to prove that not all black dragons are evil just as much as I'm looking where to fit in this world. A sort of discovery trip if you prefer. I finished a bit excited with a smile. Yet my good mood did nothing to hide the obvious disappointment on the men's face, as I'm sure they were expecting something more important from a dragon. Is that it? Pressed me Anduin. For now, yes, I replied. I thought dragons had millennia to explore the world. Why are you doing this now? I'm 25 years old, you know, I said, broadening my smile. That got them to stop whatever they were thinking, as they both froze for a few seconds and looked at me with a new eye, one that wasn't as bad as before. You are very different from the other dragons I've met, Lady Amaria told me Anduin. Oh, you have no idea how true this is, Your Majesty. I've never met any other black dragon, and what I've heard about most of them isn't Spoken in any good terms, and I hope that I won't have to suffer any more from my predecessor's legacy. I said with a bit more seriousness, really wanting to get this point across. They looked at each other for a few seconds before Anduin stood up, prompting me and Jen to do the same. Please wait here for a moment, Lady Amaria. I would like to discuss this with a few more minds. Of course, Your Majesty, I said, sitting back down. I watched them step out, leaving the guards close the door behind them and leaving me alone. That didn't went as poorly as I thought. I could see that while there would be some tensions ahead, going past them shouldn't be too hard with time. While Gen W, as an old man with experience on his side, Anduin seemed a tad more trustful, and I was thankful for that. What I didn't expected was for them to stay right behind that door and talking as if I couldn't hear them. Maybe this room was isolated to stop sounds from going in and out, but I had absolutely no problem listening to their words. Please don't tell me you will welcome her, started the voice of King Jen. I groaned as I realized what they were about to say. Her arriving now is a bit odd indeed, but not impossible, replied Anduin. She could be a spy at best, another Onyxia at worst, added Jen. My anger toward them grew at the thought of being compared to such a horrible dragon, one that had manipulated and killed many before being put down. But Jen talking about her reminded me had Onyxia had once been around Anduin and tried to take over the human kingdom under the face of a fake noble called Katran Oppressor. Let's just say that it was easy to understand why Anduin was distribution ustful of black dragons, but I didn't really know why Jen seemed far more opposed to me than the younger king. I know, I'm not saying that we should trust her, that's not a priority right now. I will have guards keeping an eye on her, said Anduin. Great, babysitters. I rolled my eyes. That's the very least. Were we in Gilneas I would have had her out of here, continued to rant Jen as their voice started to die down until I couldn't hear them anymore. It was frustrating to be treated like that, but after a year of either dealing with it or learning to ignore it, I was becoming calmer and used a great deal of patience to not blow up on anyone. I understood why they were saying such things, but being the target of such ludicrous claims as being like Onyxia was insulting. I started to awe it for them, but after 15 minutes I was wondering why it was taking them so long. Sure, I was a dragon and one of a particularly hated flight, but I never did anything to antagonize them, and I didn't do anything that could end like this, at least not purposely. I hoped that they weren't preparing anything like a trap or something. I really had no intention to fight today. Trying to calm down, I summoned a small flame in my hand and started moving it around my fingers, almost like if it had its own life, even if it was just me commanding the fire to have one. But a simple wave of my hand was enough to make it disappear when the door opened again with Anduin, Jen, and a woman of a certain age, dressed in a simple white dress that covered almost all her body except a slight side of her collarbone. As soon as they entered I stood up, waiting for their conclusion. Lady Amaria, after reflection, you are allowed to remain for as long as you like. A chamber will be ready for you in the diplomats' quarters, and you are invited to share dinner with us tonight, announced Anduin. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. I'm gladly accepting your invitation, I said, bowing slightly, happy that my worries were for nothing. At least so far. I still remembered Alistair Moody's constant vigilance rule. I would have to watch my back for the spies placed on me. But, continued Anduin, I probably should have seen that one coming. We would like a proof of good faith from you. And how do you expect me to do that? I asked, surprised by the request and already wondering what I see. Do to prove them that I could be trusted. That is your call, Lady Amaria. Show me something that proves your worth as an ally and I will be satisfied. I couldn't say the request was anything impossible, but I simply had nothing to offer right now.